Hello, hello, beautiful people of the internet. Hello, Dark Paladin 037, Plaguebird, Despotsini, Mastermaticus, J-Chan, Good Boy George, Not Delusional, Zumbizlaya, Pablo X Crowbar, Chief Init, Broad Metalluck 2, Casario, Trash Comps, hello, hello. So, we find ourselves here, looking at this screen where it says day 13. And the Dregs 5 isn't there anymore. And all we have is realized Brotential. My overlay isn't working. What? Oh no. What in the world? Uh-oh. Why is it not there? Oh boy. Oh no. One moment. Is chat in the room with us now? Chat is. Let me just see if the link somehow changed. One moment. That doesn't really make sense for that to happen. Let's see if this one is... Oh, that one's still there, but that's the one that doesn't have the YouTube chat. Hold, please. Nope, it's the exact same link. Huh. Well. Why would that happen? I can't explain it. Maybe now it will work? One moment. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. I've got a fix. I've got a fix. Hey, there it is. Okay. That was weird, but okay. Whatever. So, you'll have to tell the VOD watchers we were really funny and interesting. Hey, VOD watchers, chat was really funny and interesting. Which I wasn't, sorry, I wasn't even looking at chat in the moment because I was trying to fix it. So, here's the deal. The Dregs 5. I'm not gonna, like, deflect or sugarcoat or pretend like it wasn't hubris, because I actually kind of was like, I think that this is a fight we can win. So to be clear, it was definitely a little ambitious. And actually, I should rewind. It wasn't even really that I thought too much about whether it was a fight we could win or not, which really was the problem. It was more like let's see what happens, or like turning off the assessing part of my brain and just going into fights. You want to point out the Plaguebird was the only surviving? Yes, Plaguebird was the only surviving realized potential member of the Dregs 5. That is correct. But I had a, yeah, like the outcome wasn't predictable. It was pretty predictable, actually. I did think that the fight would go very differently, like in practice. I don't know. The turn when I used my like hold steady, I thought that unholds would charge on that turn, and they didn't. So then I had like an awkward like turn where I couldn't do the hold steady to everyone when they charged, which was bad. And then a few bros got tossed, and then the whole formation fell apart. And I was kind of relying on the hold steady at least being applied for a couple turns of, 6 reaps from a couple bros. And yeah, I mean, the thing is like the unholds were never lined up for us to put out the DPS to take out an initial like batch of them, or at least get them to fleeing and locking up those hexes. It was still going to be a stupid fight, even if it had worked as expected. Anyway, but I think one of the reasons why I got lazy with it. Again, which isn't to say it wasn't a mistake. But I wasn't jiving with the way I built the squad. I just feel like I was sort of copying what had worked really well in what is a genuinely very extreme challenge of the no town, no loss, all legendary locations run that I did in Hardened, where I made like flagrant abuse really, of the phalanx. But here's the thing. I made a list, actually, of talking points about what makes phalanx different and why it's not only not, well, so first off, the thing about phalanx is that what makes it strong is the number of bros that are in it. So in that run where I did the no towns, challenge thing, I was going to get up to, maybe not fully up to a full 16, because it depends on, finding brothers along the way, but I knew we'd get to more than 12, right? I knew we would be able to end the run at least 14, ideally 16, possibly even 17 brothers by the end of it. And so, and I didn't do, I keep saying no loss, actually I allowed losses, so, and brothers to get struck down, but no towns anyway, it doesn't matter. That origin is 16 brothers. So that's a big number one differentiating factor. Number two, we were able to plan out who had phalanx, because every brother had access to it because of the militia perk group, which actually I can pull up here. All right, so every brother had access to phalanx, so we just could do it on everyone, or anyone who was suitable stats. And so we could plan out our exact full composition at the start of the run. We also planned dynamic duos. I planned specifically who would be partnered with who would swap and do all that thing. So there was like a whole setup of a cohesive company strategy that we were able to do there, that when we fast forward into what I'm doing here with the Beggars, Cripples, and Refugees, I feel like the team is always a little bit in flux. And if you're doing phalanx stuff, you're kind of just like locked into it, because a few bros with phalanx is pointless. So you kind of have to keep the bros that realize their potential as phalanx bros for the phalanx to actually function effectively. And so it kind of creates this perpetuating cycle that doesn't let you explore the new build opportunity of the brother. The other things are that dynamic duo was nerfed such that the way we used it in the No Towns run was we essentially made fatigue neutrals with hammers, and they would do one full force attack, and then they would use the swap ability for 0 fatigue, and now it costs 5. So that isn't something that you can build around anymore. Additionally, the Phalanx Bros actually require a decent amount of secondary stats, which is one of the specific strengths of like Peasant Militia, and not so much these brothers. At least not for the first, 11 levels. And then the other one was that we relied in that run on Hold Steady to anchor the squad down for fights against enemies that could do charges with stuns and things like that. But with Hold Steady being nerfed so substantially, that doesn't let us lean into that defensive rock formation as readily. That isn't to say I wouldn't still take and make use of a Tactician. I also think making the Tactician a Phalanx Bro is kind of a mistake because it doesn't get the cost reduction from Double Grip. That's my list of reasons. And it doesn't stop there. Because really, the fun thing about this, even not from a pragmatic standpoint, but like the fun thing is that second life that the bro gets when they realize their potential. And we can unlock this whole new world of all stats builds. Builds that make use of initiative or range defense. Those kind of builds, you really need like all, you need like elevated stats across the board, because even a bro that is using range defense to help their defenses against all enemies via anticipation or parry still needs all the other stats. A brother who's going to be a hybrid, who's going to be using ranged attack, still needs all the other stats to be able to function as well for situations where they might need to use a melee weapon or to have, you know, survivability in combat, things like that. So, you know, builds that can make use of, again, the initiative. So builds that use dodge or lots of medium armor. Also, interesting fun fact, looking at the Hardened, here, I'll actually link it. Because I think this will give it a little more context. The Battle Brothers Reforged. Here we go. Document. If you click on backgrounds, perk group probabilities, you can see that Beggars, Cripples, and Refugees, all of them actually are pretty likely to spawn with medium armor. And that is something we've observed, right? So they often have the medium armor perk group. That's not a coincidence. They're actually just more likely to have that. All of them. In fact, the only background that can have heavy armor at all is the Refugee. And then the other two, you know, can either only have medium armor or light armor. So this sort of opens up the door for us to do builds that pump initiative, take dodge, you know, do all these things. And then when we get our stat boost at the end, we're able to really capitalize on it. And a Phalanx bro actually can't capitalize on those stats. What we need are those really fun special snowflake builds. So the build that we did for Plaguebird at the end of the Dregs 5, that build was awesome. And I'm not looking to recreate that specific one, but builds like that are where the company should go, where they make use of those super all-star stats and where we're able to make use of all the different elevated stat lines. So that's going to be the plan. We're not doing Phalanx nonsense. We're going to lean into each brother as their own little special snowflake. We're going to lean into range defense and initiative where it makes sense, where it's possible. We're going to build more hybrids because that'll be good. I don't know. That's basically it. And I think the Dregs 5 was essentially, like we've needed in the past, the run that showed us the way. You want to be the special snowflake, the main character even? Exactly. That's the goal. And I was also like, you know, looking a little bit at the bros we've already got and like thinking about Slurgy here. And Slurgy actually has some specific combination of perks that is able to pull off a classic Slurgy nonsense. Hybrids because Scoot and Shoot is OP. Yeah, Scoot and Shoot is OP. Scoot and Shoot is OP. Hybrids are actually able to just like completely pour out damage. And one of the reasons why I didn't go with hybrids as much in the No Towns run, even though I still ran several, was because, or I didn't run that many, was just from ammo concerns, right? Whereas here, we can visit towns. We can buy ammo. We can run as many hybrids as we want. We can run a ton of them. And actually, that'd be quite good. You missed the Naked Brother session? Not really. I kind of jumped into it. What about Mammoth Tank? I don't know what that means. So anyway, we started a run. We started a run, and it's gotten off to a pretty nice start. Started up here in the Northlands, did a little bit of a raiding for some copper and furs, took them to the south, and we haven't managed to get too many additional brothers. You know, it's been a little light on recruits, relatively speaking, but that's okay. He ambushed a caravan in like 7 seconds? Yeah, that's true. It's true. Future Bible Hero did lose an eye, which actually makes him a better banner. Pretty sure. And I put Temp Banner as the title, which I think was the key to keeping him alive. It's amazing too, because He was already short-sighted. And now he's missing an eye. Even with just an Akaton cap, Future Bible Hero can barely see what's in front of his face. Mega Tank? Yeah, we'll be building some like tanky brothers, for sure. For sure. Okay, so I think what we're still going to be trying to do is visit every single settlement to try to increase our chances of finding brothers. Tanky brothers with 55 HP. The thing is that's interesting actually about this mod is that you actually can have some pretty tanky brothers with 55 HP with flexible, and you just need to get famed armor. Oh yeah, also in the last run, we were off to a terribly slow start. I felt really behind. I expect to be behind given the nature of what we're doing here, but I felt even further behind than was necessary. Hiring that stupid negotiator, wow, what a scam. And I shouldn't have bought that handgun when I did. Your girlfriend heard you say you can barely see what's in front of your face, and she replied, just like real life. It's a keeper. Yeah, there were a few economic decisions that made me behind, exactly. There were more than just those two major mistakes that I just highlighted. A little bit of a YOLO moment. But one nice thing is that when we are able to hire a member for our retinue, we actually, in passing through the center of the map, already discovered a legendary location, so we can hire the cartographer. So we're going to be able to get the cartographer right away, which I think will give us a nice economic boost. What I'm sort of planning on doing is getting the cartographer and then probably the hiring manager. What is the one who gives you extra bros on the hiring screen? Why can I not remember what it's called? The hiring manager. HR, ZipRecruiter. I can only think of, I guess advertisements work. I can only think of ads I've seen for people trying to get hiring agencies. Quartermaster? Recruit. It's just called Recruiter. It's just a recruiter. Were famed helmets mistakes? I think by the time we purchased the famed helmets, I don't think they were mistakes. Is this stream sponsored? No. Though if any sparkling water companies in the future are looking for someone to just send their product. Anyway. Always sponsored by Big Swordlands. Yeah, we're going to be looking to do some Swordlands. So I dreamt up some ideas. You probably can't even really see this. Oh, that's fully washed out. I made little diagrams for like ideas for how the company could work. We may have some like little dynamic duos offshooting. I was thinking about how to get the right surrounding for fully getting hybrids working. I've got some ideas. Which sparkling water brands do you like? You've been Aperkling? I don't know what that one is, reforming one. Oh, sparkling ice. Okay. I was like, I've never heard of that one. I like a lot of them. I like variety. So sometimes I'll just do like LaCroix or like Spindrift, but also just like Waterloo. I don't know, I mix it up. I don't have any on my desk right now though. I'm actually drinking some tea. Spindrift is good. Yeah, Spindrift is good. Kind of a long road. But we found another town. You gotta try Rambler if you see it. Oh, so I have tried Rambler. Our Costco had it, and it's good, because that one's from Texas, right? I was pretty happy with it. Hey, would you look at that? We got ourselves a beggar. You love to see it. 3 skull contract to drive off nomads. Our renown might be low enough that that's acceptable, but it actually might be too much. Okay. Yeah, Austin, you like it a lot? Yeah. Also, having visited the city of Austin, I really liked Austin. And let's see what we got here. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Oh, I almost hit the wrong button. I almost hit end queue. Twitch Quoth. I assume it's Quoth, like Name of the Wind pronunciation. A very gentle V. Okay. Wow. 60 melee skill with 2 talent stars. And 40 range skill with 2 talent stars. My, oh my. His weapon masteries are interesting. Yeah, high roll in initiative too. Yep. No, it's a high roll. He just has hesitant. Nice beard too. It's a nice beard. Give him the best armor now and put him in the back. We can't be too precious with anyone. He'll get set in the back, but falls over to a stiff breeze with that HP though. I mean, that's everyone. That's all of them. But this is what I'm talking about. This is a brother. This is a brother. This bro is Chad flavored. Yeah, it really is. Yeah, this bro is pretty sweet. We'll see what we end up doing. I feel like so like thinking about this brother and how we want to build him, because figuring out how we want to build him is actually quite important. I think this brother's going to be one we build as a hybrid, but one who's absolutely going to smash in melee. It's going to be a little bit tricky, I think, to build him as a melee frontliner. Like, he only has dagger mastery and only has swift strike, so he doesn't get like a reach weapon. I think what we'll probably end up doing is not worrying about the melee weapon specifically until he ascends. Maybe buying axe mastery. Yeah, see, I think we could do something like that. But I think I'm gonna wait on buying any weapon or armor perk groups until they've ascended, because we won't know exactly what we'll want until that time. So I'm gonna hold off on that, basically. With the money you get from cartographer, does that open you up to buying weapon masteries? I don't think so, because again, you only get to train in one, like one skill total. You either get a weapon or a armor, and in, I'll say the majority of cases, to plan for the late game and the named armor setup that we're going to have eventually, I think a lot of the bros are going to be both medium and heavy armor if they're going to be expected to take much melee contact. So we're not going to really buy too many weapon groups. We'll buy some. Do any of the toolbox debuffs enable death blow? Let's see. So death blow only, I think the answer is yes, actually. Yeah, dazed, stunned, or trapped in net. You can stun if you hit a staggered enemy with a headshot from a blunt throwing attack, which would be like a bola. But then if they're stunned, you'd have to throw the bola and then like get into melee, or do the hit and run, right? So that's a big ask for one brother, I think. So I think I am probably still going to make this brother a hybrid, and a lot of the reason is because he lacks defensive tools, right? His starting defenses are low, his starting HP is low, I think that's going to be what we do. This bro is going to be a hybrid, but he's going to be I'm going to be building these more bros like this. These are hybrids that I'm going to build to be ready to like fight with a two-handed weapon. Right, they're going to be brothers who are using Unstoppable at the start of the fight just to gain action points and initiative, and then they are just going to go absolute beast mode on the enemies. Right, that's going to be kind of the plan. So, surprise, two-handed mace, bonk, kind of thing. I think the tricky thing about dagger is that for any of the one-handed weapons, you really want to take duelist. And you also kind of really want to take parry. And that's harder to do, I think, for a hybrid. Unstoppable means he has to be thrower over crossbow. Yes, it does. Or, so one other option that does exist is we could use ready to go alongside Unstoppable. And then, you know, you fire the crossbow, you just pull out a preloaded one and then fire that instead of reloading. We can see what weapon masteries we get as well. But this brother is great. Let's try not to die. Yeah, crossbows, crossbows, crossbows. We have a lot of brothers who are destined for crossbow stuff. Oh, also, relevant fact. Looking at the fighting styles, ranged combat is, relatively speaking, the rarest of the ones that you would find on these brothers. So, 60 starting melee attack, nice. Yeah, very nice. Extremely nice. One thing that's like really good too is that Unstoppable actually increases the durability of our armor with flexible. So that's something to lock away in the old bean. Yeah, I mean, this brother's going to be a monster. He's going to be good. He doesn't have the weapons to be able to, like, just use the melee skill. So, for example, if he had any weapon here, other than dagger, probably, and had the powerful strikes group, the one associated with two-handers, I think I would maybe just ignore the ranged skill and ignore the ranged combat entirely, not make a hybrid and just make like some sort of sword lance damage nozzle. But since we don't have that, and we're never going to get the fighting style, even when we ascend, I think I'm happy to make a hybrid here. All right, so let's take a look at this contract. We're gonna see what's there, and if we need to cancel it, we cancel it. Do stars work differently? They do. They do work differently, actually. So instead of just increasing the minimum, because you're right, Platus, the way it would work in vanilla is this would be a guarantee, if you took it every level, to end up at 90 and 80. However, the way the stars work is it increases the minimum, then the maximum, then the minimum, then the maximum, like in that order. So if you have a 3-star, like if you have a 2-star bro like this, essentially all the rolls change from 1 to 3 into 2 to 4. Yeah, the averages are the same, but there's increased variance. So, you know, I think it will be one of those things where if we get a low roll in either melee skill or range skill, but probably especially melee skill, we're gonna take a high roll elsewhere. So it's gonna average the same, but it could go higher or lower now. Yes, and it also does let us be flexible in how we level the bro up. So 4 to 6 hyenas. No, we don't want to do that. Hyenas are way too. I see. $7 to 10 cutthroats. Do you think they were scared of you? I don't know. I think if it's 4, they might be. Brenly, hello, hello. Long time no see. I hope you're doing well. Are you still streaming? I guess I haven't. Anyway, you don't have to answer that. But anyway, good to see you. If this is 7, I think we can do it. If it's 10, then no. He raided you? Oh my goodness. Yeah, I need to get those alerts on. Oh my god, that's so funny. Okay, so obviously the answer is yes. Okay. Thank you for the raid, Friendly. Oh, hello, hello. Yeah, so I set up the some new alerts, but then I've made it so I don't see it when certain events happen on Twitch. Okay. Anyway, cheers. You're obviously still streaming. Anyway, I hope you're doing well. Been a while since I've been able to catch you. Okay, so the last time we did a fight against 6 cutthroats, we had fewer dogs, 1 fewer brother, and it was okay. We should still be able to do this. I think this will be fine as long as it's 7. If it's 10, I think we gotta cancel. If it's 8, we'll see. Damn it. Well, let's take a look at what we're up against. Weapons aren't too bad. Yeah. So the way they moved forward and the fact that they're faster than us does mean we can use both halves of the round. We're only level 3-ish though? Correct. At most. So like, for example, the real Kirby can go here, put a dog down. Chase FMPGH can put a dog down, throw. Corvus can put a dog down, move here, shield wall. Apples and Fruits can put a dog down, shield wall, just to buff him up. And then we've actually made space for 1 brother to fill each gap. And that'll happen in the second half of the round once they've got a little more surround. Slurgy does have Backstabber now. Soji was an overbeliever in his defensive phalanx boys, but also didn't like their playstyle much. Yeah, that's an accurate summary. I'm guessing Hardened keeps the same reach mechanic. No, a lot of that stuff is reworked. Are you talking about for Reforged? No, it's different. It's different than it is in Reforged. I don't know how Reforged works exactly to explain the difference. Yeah, we're gonna fight this. This is a little spooky. Okay, so we're gonna go dog here, and then wait because we're gonna get better surround by the end. Dog here, and then we're just gonna shield wall for Corvus, who's gonna step up. Who's gonna move to? We could go here or here. I guess we do here. And then we're gonna wait so that we go in the second half of the round. So Future Bible Hero is in a position where he's gonna get engaged on as they wrap around. How do I feel about that? Kinda bad, but not so bad. Because it's only going to be, they're not going to be able to get any attack next turn. Nice headshot. That means Slurgy can aim directly for the head. Well, now he doesn't need to. So to go for the head or the body, I think the body will still kill. Yeah, body will still kill. Okay. Hit him in the head anyway. Okay, is that gonna make him faster? No, the dogs will at least be faster. Good evening, Slurgy. May I ask what happened to run number 5, as you called it, the run? Yeah. We ran into 14 on holds and decided to fight them. Shouldn't have done it. So again, we may need to do a little shield pushing here from Future Bible Hero specifically. Ooh. Get both of his attack against the dog. Okay. It was unclear it was on hold until you were deep in the cave. We did have to get all the way in. JSF MPGH should not be the one with this armor. I should have passed that over to Apples and Fruits. I'm gonna wait with Twitch to both. And we're gonna wait on Future Bible Hero to see what happens elsewhere. Advanced Lightning we're gonna attack. Very nice. Slurgy actually might... It's a pretty good hit chance. We've got good surround there. And we can go directly for the head. If we don't go for the head, it's an 86. If we go for the head, 71. Going for the head is nearly lethal. Might even just be lethal. It'll be close. Nah, it won't be lethal. It was lethal. Okay. We must have high rolled. Yeah, we did. Okay, good. And JCF MPGH, I'm gonna run around this way because we might need to pull out a melee weapon and get in there. So the real Kirby, let's get up here and we're actually gonna attack because this guy's already stammed out. And boy, in the second half of the round, I might have Apples and Fruits move forward to this hex just to keep this dog safe. I don't want this guy to attack him, even just once. Caffeine intervention, when you attack enemies direct to their hit points, it does not do any durability damage to a weapon. Okay. That slowed him down. So now, do I just go here and shield wall? We might lose this dog. Now we should be able to get some support in for Future Bible Hero. There's only one... Yeah, only 2 attacks total. They'd both have to hit, and honestly, I don't think I'm too worried about the 2 spears. We're faster than both of them. I kind of want to attack here. No, that's not. Good. So do I send Twitch to both here? Are these the same two Giga Carry dogs from yesterday? They sure are. No, I'm gonna wait here actually. We're gonna wait on the real Kirby. Slurgy might soften him up. So let's bring Vance Lightning down and probably attack this guy. Huge. And we're gonna wait here. We're honestly kind of baiting this Cutthroat to go in to here. Cool. So we just got broken leg on him. So instead of going for damage, I might pull out the shield and do a shield push. 82% chance. Didn't get it. Okay, got that one though. We just need to slow the damage down there. That's all we need to do. So we can put the real Kirby here. Nice. Honestly, we could even put JSF MPGH here. They're gonna have reach advantage against him because he's got the throwing weapons out. But he's actually a bit more suited and feature Bible Hero to take any damage. Yeah, I don't want that guy to attack him at all. Okay. So I think we go for regular attack here, since he already went. I guess we could wait with Slurgy, get a better surround. He has Backstabber. We should at least wait. We should wait. So Future Bible Hero is just going to pause here for a moment. Twitch Gvoth will go here. Nice. Yeah, this guy's stammed out enough. Let's just attack him. Corvus I'm going to bring all the way to here for the surround. Melee weapon, and then we're going to wait because we're probably going to end up attacking the bottom one, assuming Slurgy's able to kill this other one. Guess Future Bible Hero could kill him by punching him. I guess you have to hit him first. Did you buy the pole flail or was it an early drop? We bought it. Bought the pole flail. He was in your blind spot? Isn't that basically your whole vision radius? There we go. Still managed to punch him down in the end. Okay. All right. Very nice. Classic, don't pay the employees and spend money on the fancy objects. Classic. Oh, and are there? Shoot. Hold on. Oh, received in round 4. No. And I think the other injury was like, yeah, round 3. Cool. Whoo. Nice fight. Managed to get ourselves Some more Adargas and some pretty good gear here. Very nice. We can get apples and fruits. This. Actually, let's swap these two. Crushed fingers, not too bad. Does this mean we are weak, dumb, and cowards again? Uh-huh. We sure are. We are weak. We are dumb. We are cowards. Exactly correct. You'll hit your potential and regrow your eye? Amazing. Eye regrowth is a relatively rare skill. Okay, now we gotta remember there's hyenas still on our tail. Gosh, I almost want to go with, when I think about it, since we're mostly just using the bros as a defensive distraction so that they don't attack the dogs, I kind of feel like on these bros who have the shields in front, I actually should just go with the militia spears. Only because they've got the reach of 5. Since we walk up and shield wall for the most part anyway. How goes the bros? The bros are going great. Teeth regrowth is apparently coming soon. Yeah, you get 2 sets. You get born with a, well, actually not born with. I suppose you kind of grow in your first set. You get a practice set, and then you grow in the real deal later. Kind of nice, actually. All right, so we got to avoid these stupid hyenas. Japan or Korea is rolling out a 3rd set. Show-offs. Do not fight those crackhead wolves. Yeah. Nope. Do not fight those crackhead wolves. Ill-advised. Okay. Tanweer likes us. Armed courier to Al Qasir. Pretty far away. How much are they paying? 400? I mean, I guess we're going to go that way anyway. It would mean we wouldn't do any contracts of any kind along the way, which is maybe what we end up doing anyway. Also can't attack neutral caravans. Right. We can only attack caravans we're already hostile to while we've got a contract currently active. And we've got, I think, just the 1 net, right? Yeah. Probably don't want to attack southern caravans at this point anyway. You know, you'd be surprised. The little tiny towns. It'd be pretty sweet. If we're able to get like a scimitar early on, and they've only got like a single, just 1 or 2 conscripts. Yeah, for the conscript cosplay, exactly. It's still unlikely, but something we need to be open to. Yeah, the 2 to 3 conscript, 3 indebted caravans are juicy. They are. I mean, they're still like a little bit out of range for us, I think, but then when a conscript shows up with a sword lance, oh, then we salivate, greed, and then die. Yeah, so we don't expect there to be new brothers here for us, but we've got another drive off nomads. Long Fang is here. Not a terrible price. About the same payout as that contract. Probably worth. Net? Yeah, I don't know that the nets are going to do us too much good. We've got one. It's unlikely to get used for a while, though. Let's get the dog. Long fangs are better than short ones. Especially if you can regrow them. Yeah, let's do this. Renjiro Kanari, hello, hello. Is it too shameful to restart a save just because the map seed is terrible? Well, I guess I would ask, why is it terrible? Or what makes it terrible? Because I feel like a lot of what newer players describe as a terrible map seed, I would describe as like fine. But like the things I'm looking for in a seed. Actually, to be honest, I'm looking for the seed to be terrible to make it harder. But like, I don't care. Like, some people really, really, really highly value like a port connecting the north and south, and I genuinely kind of don't understand the point. North to that's specifically the one I mentioned. I don't get it. Yeah, double dastard anonymous start seed. Yeah, something like that. That's something that's not so great. Split maps with no roads. Split maps are pretty annoying. But they can make for interesting challenges. Okay, 5 conscripts. If we can fight 8, we can fight 5. So we're gonna start out with a scoot and shoot. Or are we? I guess this is kind of the same setup as last time. Only now we might be able to get more dogs in positions that make it even harder for them to damage the dog. It's kind of a weird map. Not only everything is really far apart, they are separated by islands. Almost everywhere you need to take is a really long detour. Okay, that sounds kind of annoying. And yeah, that's true. Big Fat Wins has a very good point. It's never shameful to do something that will improve your enjoyment of this single-player game. That's well stated. Nomads don't take kindly to being called conscripts. They shouldn't have conscripted. So I realize it separates the 2 shield walls, but I might go here and shield wall so they can't focus damage anywhere. Alternatively, I could just put the dog down, shield wall here, but then I'm a little bit worried about the dog. The best part of save scumming your latest run is you've seen the Slurgy beheading him out like 20 times already. No, I think that's too dangerous of a hex. Let's just go here and either shield wall or honestly put the dog down. Let's put the dog down. Actually, I'm gonna put it here. And we could go here and throw at this cutthroat. I think that's a bigger deal. I'm an idiot. It would be a bigger deal. Alright, we'll just go here. I did math wrong. Okay. Excellent. So apples and fruits probably will end up doing just 2 attacks, but we'll see. Okay, we're just gonna move out so that it's slightly less crowded as we attack. Just got on and saw we're at day 15 and not day 115. Weird. Guess we'll wait here because he's not gonna be able to kill any dogs. The disrespect of throwing sand into the dog's eyes because the dregs ain't hitting anyway. It is a little rude. Weird seed where the days go backwards. Well, that sounds like some sort of like country song. Here we go. Having a little bit of trouble hitting him, if you can believe it. They're not having that same problem. They're having different problems though. Their guts are falling out. Okay. Cool. Good fight. These fights against nomads have gone really well. We've built up some nice relations with these southern cities. Some very basic improvements might slightly increase the size of the hiring pool, letting us possibly get brothers we wouldn't otherwise be able to, which is very important. Because filling out the squad to our initial first 10 brothers is crucial. All right. The real Kirby, of course, has to take Promised Potential. The plan with this brother is going to be sword stuff. Need more bros to hold more dogs? Yeah, basically. It's kind of true. Okay, so we're going to go melee defense. And I think I'll just grab the fatigue and resolve. Not sword staff, sword stuff? Yes, sword stuff. No sword staff. Sword stuff. Though potentially sword staff. Potentially sword staff. Unlikely, but potentially. I am thinking that if we get an opportunity for a couple good spear bros, if we end up with a good enough number of hybrids, I'll want to get some spear bros. I'll leave it at that. I've got some ideas for how the company could look, what our plans could be. All right, apples and fruits is going to be a ranger. He's going to be a ranged brother. So do we take the +4 HP or the +3 melee skill? Decisions. Now we are going to want to get our melee skill up to 55 on every ranged bro. The reason being that we can do free range swaps with hybridization, and hybridization will provide us an extra 10 range defense if we hit 70 melee attack. So it's kind of like very efficient skill stat allocation. HP is always good though. gonna go with the melee skill. Alright, Slurgy, who took Backstabber, has been able to just pour out damage onto the enemies here with the cute little doggies helping us out. So what do we want to take here? Maybe just Colossus? What's my favorite recipe using kimchi? I mean, my favorite dish with kimchi is kimchi jjigae, which usually you use like, I won't say like old or bad kimchi, but you use kimchi that's like gone a little bit soft. Like it's not super fresh. And I kind of like the northern style version of that dish, like the Gyeonggi province, Seoul area. At least the ones that I've had. Been really good. I don't make it at home though. What happened to us? 16, I think it was 14 unholds, but unholds nonetheless. Yeah, I might just go with Colossus. There's kind of no point to taking small target because we can specifically target the head right now. 14, yeah, that's a reasonable response. You make homemade sauerkraut, but not kimchi. Oh, cool. It's probably a very similar process. Oh, and I've got an idea for a long-term plan for Slurgy. Let's talk about that for a moment, because I did a little bit of thinking about some of the brothers, and Slurgy stood out to me. Not because it's me, but because of the very specific set of perks here. There's a specific flavor of what I'm going to call Slurgy bullshit that I love to do, and that is going to be very well suited for this brother. I'm going to highlight a few perks here. One with a shield, Colossus, Brace for Impact, Nimble, and there's one more. Wait a minute, where are we looking? Maybe it is just those three. Oh, and I guess Rebuke is kind of part of it too. And Underdog, Shield Expert. Okay. So one difference between Hardened and Vanilla is that Nimble always protects HP the same. It's just that the armor itself is less durable as you equip more. But what that means is that the armor of the Idurok can have enhanced healing. It's like we're applying a multiplier onto the healing provided by the armor of the Idurok. And so the idea is, if we use a heater shield and one with the shield, then we take less hit point damage to the body. If we pair him with some other brother who's got Dynamic Duo, and we get Brace for Impact, we're going to take less HP damage. And then when we have Nimble, we take less HP damage. Hopefully you see where this is all going. We build this brother as a very strong defensive brother, who maybe has Rebuke or something like that, and is able to quickly regenerate any stray hits that he does take. We're going to have Helmet of the Idurok, and then just like a leather tunic. So, you made cucumber kimchi last week. It turned out pretty good. Oh, I love cucumber kimchi. So, it's nice that you're team player. I know. Team player and an optimist. Can we give the flail to Mr. 60 melee attack? I don't think we want to, because right now Slurgy's got Backstabber. So, at the moment... Oh, and we should... Hold up. These should be different. Now we're gonna keep the flail here, since Slurgy's got Backstabber, at least at the moment. But we do need to do a little swapsies back So anyway, that's going to be the plan for Slurgy long term. So as for what we do with our fatigue, I mean, ideally, optimistically, perfect worldly, we get the opportunity to go Indom. But if that doesn't happen, then we can alternatively have Sword Mastery. And if we need to buy Sword Mastery, we can. We just on guard. I think that'll probably be what we do. Any weapon masteries besides shield? Not in the first pass through, because I don't really care about these ones. But when we realize our potential. That's right. When, not if. That's my new spirit. Finesse Indom stuff is nice. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, another random thought, but I'm going to be looking to take student on a lot of these brothers on level 6. That may sound like a strange time to do it, but the reason is student will make it so that we have more flexibility on our builds when we realize our potential. Because the perk tree goes down a tier. And you have to take student before level 8. And we're probably not going to take it on level 7 because we are really going to want to take our defensive perk. Either nimble or flexible or whatever. So that kind of leaves level 6 where we're going to grab student on some brothers. Just for their future. So I'm going to go with the fatigue here. Are you right in thinking that this nimble relies on spending tools to get the most out of its tankiness? You know, not really, because we're going to equip like a dumb shirt that is going to fully break. So it will definitely cost tools regularly at each battle, but not too much in any one battle, if that makes sense. Okay, so one thing to think about here is that they've got this Physician's Gathering. This is expected to last another day or so. When this disappears, I think the hiring pool will fill up with maybe a new set. I think that's how that'll work. So that kind of makes me want to... Maybe stick around for a day or somehow come back. Yeah, so yeah, exactly. The way Reforming 1 puts it is good. I mean, we'll be reliably costing 2 tools every battle, which is not too bad. So pretty inexpensive Linothoraxes here. We could also buy, well, I guess, yeah, cheaper here, right? Yeah, obviously. Could also buy these padded vests. They're not bad. A bunch of cripples showing up after Anonymous Convention. Coincidence? Yeah, I think these padded vests are actually pretty sweet. They're pretty cheap. But I suppose we're not really subjecting too many bros to too much threat. Can probably just buy 1 Linothorax and call it good. Yeah, I'd do that. We're gonna put it here, and then we'll pass some armors back. Guess these are the same. Yeah, I don't really want to come back here, but I don't want to go anywhere. I don't want to do a hunting beast contract. Yeah. Not sure. Not sure the best way to proceed. Maybe buy some cheap meds? Nah. The team deals with that. Too expensive. Hunting with some nets, easy? Not easy. The hyenas kill us super fast. And they'll just attack right through with the nets, they don't care. How many monsters do you think? I mean, it'll be hyenas, because I don't think it could be anything else. I guess it could be nachos. Probably not very many, like 4 to 6. Honestly, nachos probably easier. I mean, we can look at it and then cancel it. The real Kirby just got a black eye. He is clumsy. Yeah, 6 hyenas would wipe us. We are absolutely going to get crushed by hyenas, like brutally. So that's not a safe fight at all. It's way too spiky when you're wearing light armor. Yeah. I don't think we do this. I don't think we do 4 to 6 hyenas. Stupid question, why are you in the south? That is the best place for us to find cripples, beggars, and refugees. They're just more likely to have those backgrounds. So not a stupid question at all. It's actually a good and relevant question. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. I think we don't do this. And yeah, we can't run away, so no point in engaging. Yeah, exactly. Like, we can't even test the waters. Now, what I'm not going to do is cancel the contract until we've seen this physician's gathering go away. So we could maybe look for baby nomad fights, just like take a peek down here and then come back. Unlikely that we find anything. Why are we looking for those? Oh, because that's literally like what we're doing. Like, that's the self-imposed run rules. No, J-Chan, your thought makes sense, right? You're correct that we're making our armor less durable, so it does cost tools in a sense. And if we do get hit in the head, it'll be expensive in that way. You're deep in VOD jail now, but you're pumped you got to join the team in the last run? Yeah. Sad. Alright, so we didn't find anything. We didn't expect to. Oh, leave me alone. Nope, nope. Oh my god. Suddenly we have become the prey. How annoying. Why are they chasing me? That's so rude. Cancel the contract? I guess. Will they stop chasing me? I don't think so. Why would they stop chasing? I guess if I cancel the contract, the house will spawn an army, right? That's probably how that works. Yeah, they're not going to stop chasing me. So I still want to make it back to Karakhan now that this physician's gathering has ended. Nah, I shouldn't have canceled that contract. Because now we're going to have a slightly decreased recruiting pool. Oh well. The beast will stay on the map indefinitely as they're neutral to anyone but you. I didn't know if that would change. Also, it did not go away. It did say another day or so. Expected to last less than a day. Hey, Slurgy sadly got spoiled by the VOD from yesterday, but at least you're caught up now. Yeah. Hello, Adrian Martin. Good luck, surely this is the run? Surely this is the run. Alright, let's just get out of here. They're hot rodding on that road. Yeah, let's get out of here. Leave me alone, hyenas. Pick on someone your own size. 7 to 10 cutthroats and a slinger. That's a little bit too much. I assume they're... What's happening here? I mean, I'm a little tempted. No, I shouldn't be. I don't know. I mean, I guess we just did it. It feels like maybe we, without the contract payout, maybe shouldn't, but maybe should. The slinger is pretty juicy, also pretty scary. We are dumb, we are weak, we are cowards. We are. Good XP and chance for scimitars. Hopefully, Lord help us, no scimitars. No, they can only carry the scythes. No scimitars. You can only get scimitars from like the conscripts. Yeah, I probably want to do it in the day, so can't wait. Exactly. That's why we're waiting here in this moment. I wonder what those nomads were fleeing from. Me too. Maybe they're running from some ifrits. I mean, we've got armors to be able to withstand. I actually kind of think maybe this is fine. If it's 10, I think we run. Okay, so it's 8. Okay. Nope, this is pretty similar to the previous fights, and I think we engage it in basically the exact same way. So the real Kirby probably just gonna end up doing a shield wall, but I suppose it depends on if Slurgy hits. Holy crap, what did you miss? What do you mean? So the only difference might be how we treat this bottom part. No, I think we still just go here and shield wall. I guess the other thing is we could have apples and fruits. Also go here, shield wall, dog there. Put the shield walls next to each other. It's probably okay. It's double gripped weapons though. Corvus is the one with 9 lives, so he's the one I feel safer about doing that. I really don't want to do it to apples and fruits. Like put him further up. So we could move here, put the dog down. Yeah, no, we can't do that. So let's just hope the dog doesn't act totally stupid. Actually, that's kind of okay. So with Future Bible Hero, we either attack or put a dog down. Now I'm a little tempted to put a dog down, that way this cutthroat tries to go for the big flank. Otherwise he's gonna run all the way to here. Like on the start of his next turn. I think especially if we go here. I guess I should use dogs more often as meat shields? You know, I don't know that that's generally true, actually. Oh, okay, that's really good. We did a cute little hop move. Nice. Yeah, so now I think I'm going to attack with the real Kirby. It was either attack or shield wall. We were waiting for what happened there. So these two dogs are in serious danger. Okay. Dogs are often outright stronger than level 1 to 3 bros, especially compared to most low-born backgrounds. Yeah, especially if it's, you know, beggars, cripples, and refugees. Very specifically. Alright, we will probably have Vance Lightning chuck a rock at this cutthroat, but we'll see. Yeah, definitely. And I think we can leave Future Bible Hero here. So Slurgy. We could either wait or we could attack this cutthroat now. Let's wait. Okay, let's move here so we've got more options. Good. And it might seem silly, but I might attack so that we can move up. That way Slurgy can attack someone with better surround bonus. It's a little spooky to put the real Kirby here. But I think he'll be okay, and we can put apples and fruits here. Yeah, perfect. So then Corvus... Let's attack here. Yeah, dogs dying in this game is super sad. Nice. And so there's no one we're going to be able to attack except for this guy, so let's just do it. Man, didn't quite get him. Giving him a lot of injuries, but... Now, might have him low enough on health that his effective resolve is super reduced, such that this will cause him to go all the way to fleeing, right, since he's already breaking. He only gets one attack anyway, so maybe it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, even in vanilla, early dogs are like really, really strong and a really big deal. So they're pretty much always going to be worth it. They're probably a little bit too good, like a little too useful. Okay, let's get that guy off. Future Bible Hero. He's not going to be able to kill a dog anyway. Oh, the dogs are all going this way? Well then. Got him. Oh, I guess I should have moved. Yeah. Never punished. Okay. Good fight, actually. That ended up going really, really clean. And we got the Nomad Sling. Nomad Sling early on is super sweet. It's just better than the Staff Sling. It's just better. It's like going from wonky bow to long bow. Pretty substantial upgrade. Just go and equip it. And I think we'll probably still go into battle like this. We're gaining some really nice early experience. We've got some nice hats here. Go ahead and put those on. We're currently cosplaying as, I don't know, northerners who came south and the only souvenirs we picked up were hats. It's like you go on an African safari and you pick up a safari hat. It's, you know, it's a thing. Are there fame slings? There are not. That's what, a 40% damage increase? Yeah, how much is it? So if we go 20 to 40 compared to 35 to 50. So what? We've got... Yeah, it's a like 30% damage increase, 31% damage increase. Pretty substantial. Pretty substantial. And actually, it does more armor damage too, so I guess a little bit higher. And bigger hits do more damage than the amount that they are bigger than the small hit, which is a terrible way of phrasing that. But because of the way damage reduction works from the remaining flat bits of armor, like flat damage reduction, bigger hits increase your damage more than the magnitude bigger they are than the smaller hit. That's still terribly phrased. Big hits kill. Yeah, that's better. All right, any bros we still need to take Promise Potential? Yeah, Twitched Growth. Very nice, okay. Bigger hits, bigger than smaller hits, but they're even bigger than the amount that they appear bigger. All right, so JSF MPGH is a brother that we are making a tempo build, which means, unlike any other brother, we're kind of not planning on keeping this brother, even if he realizes his potential, which feels really sad to do, but I don't think he's well suited for any specific roles on the team, even when he realizes his potential. Hits in mirror may be bigger than they appear. Yes, exactly that. So we're just going to keep this boy as a tempo thrower. And he was the one that the slinger was attacking. Let's give him the range defense. He realizes his potential was the fun he had along the way. Uh-huh. So I might grab Quick Hands? Or potentially... Well, I guess we're not going to Shockwave unless we Quick Hands. And we're probably not going to attack in melee too often. Could grab Toolbox. Maybe we should do Toolbox. Yeah, okay. That actually might end up being useful. So a Javelin is a piercing throwing attack. So it can apply arrow to the knee. An arrow to the knee essentially makes it so that movement cost is doubled. Lasts for 2 turns. Excuse me? I thought it lasted for 1 turn. Did that get changed? Amazing. What happened? What do you mean? Just a bunch of boys hanging out. All right, Corvus is leveled up. And so this brother, long term, is going to be like... long term could end up something like that. Rebuke two-handed hammer. Or even one-handed. I wonder if this brother could be one that we want to do anticipation on. We've got 5 rage defense. I really like anticipation, like a lot actually. Two-handed seems much better for the rebuke build. I mean, it does. We're gonna go with melee defense, range defense, and fatigue. And I'm not gonna grab... I'm just gonna say rebuke, hammer, anticipation. And yeah, it'll probably be two-handed. So on this level, I might grab wear them down. Rebuke is better on two-handed because two-handed hit bigger and bigger hit is bigger as discussed. Yeah, exactly. Yes, right, exactly. Does toolbox injuries work for executioner? I want to say I knew the answer. I remember asking that very question, like the very first few streams that I played Hardened. And I remember thinking that it would be no, but the answer was actually yes. Or was it the other way around? I remember thinking that it would be like a debuff, but it actually did count as an injury. And you also couldn't apply it to undead, but now you can. I think it does count as an injury. I think it does. I think it does. So yeah, I'm gonna grab wear them down because I think even though I don't love this perk, I actually think it's totally fine. In the early game especially, since we're kind of relying on the dogs to wear them down. So it's sort of a combination with our dogs' tactics. The other thing we could do, of course, would be just like either through the gaps or exploit opening or one with a shield. All of those are fine. I'm gonna go with wear them down. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, maybe could have grabbed Survival Instinct if it was there, but it was not. All right, Twitched Kvolth. So this brother, I am gonna skip the low rolls and melee skill. So we're gonna dodge the +2s, but we're gonna take some of the other ones. Basically, we take all the 3s and 4s. I think is gonna be the plan. So here I might just go with fatigue. Seems okay. Is unrealized potential an automatic dismiss in this playthrough? Yeah. Okay, advanced lightning. I said level 3. This brother's gonna be pretty sweet. Can be a headshot and ranger. Making use of this initiative in sort of some fun ways. It's interesting to me how you know Kvolth. That's not how you would say it in your head. So it's from the book, the Name of the Wind series, and in one of the early chapters, the main character, Kvolth, explains how to pronounce his name, that it's like a real soft V sound. And so assuming that that's the same origin, either motivated from the books, or maybe that's from a language that I just don't know, that's what I'm rolling with. Same? Okay. Yeah, so in the book they describe how to say it. So what's funny is that those kind of things, details stick with me in books. But usually when they're describing scenery, I know immediately just to be like, okay, skip, 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 skip. This means nothing to me. So, I don't know. Kvothe failed his potential. Spoilers. Yeah, so I think I am going to grab melee defense, though, on this brother. We're going to be grabbing the defensive stats as much as we're able. Because some of these hybrids we expect to fight. So let's go with Entrenched on this level. Just increasing our chance to hit. Because when the enemies get hit, especially with the big hits, they die. Just imagine a giant waterfall surrounded by steep cliffs with a rainbow in the sky. Waterfall giant? Oh no. It's a tough boss fight. Alright, so we could do this drive off Nomad's contract. In fact, let's just go ahead and do it. We're not going to sell stuff here, so we don't care about their ambush trade routes. So we'll make them just a little bit happy with us, and then we'll come back. Is it spoilers? I'm pretty sure that's like the opening of the book. That's actually... spoilers. It's not, don't give away the opening. That's true, it is kind of in the opening. Okay, yeah, let's head down there. You'd rather face the waterfall giant than the spectral fish? Yeah, it depends on the deck, depends on the character. A beast fight in a cave? I don't know that we really do those. Don't spoil the book cover for me. Don't worry. That series, much like most other fantasy series, will never be finished. Highness, go away. You don't suppose they were still chasing me, do you? Okay, only 5 enemies, but we... Oh, annoying. Nope. Oh no, my alert box. Lord Jingo, thank you for the resub. My alert box isn't showing up. Oh, come on. Is that something that I'm gonna need to fix? What? Okay, it should work now. Anyway, thank you. You've been watching a couple months. Good to see you're back on the grind. Back on the grind. All right, so we're gonna scoot and shoot here. Pretty low hit chance, but we're still scooting. Every day I'm scooting. Incoming call from Spam Risk. All right. Nope. Eagledub, thank you for the sub. And apparently the alert box is not working. The sound effect is... Now, why is it being like this? Had the same thing happen to the chat box at the start of the stream, and I do not know why. Spam Risk is a good guy? Might be. Okay, so we could run up and put the 2 Warhounds in melee with this Slinger and this sort of file around him. Is it run through Streamlabs or whatever? Didn't you say they were going under? So it was Stream Elements, and they apparently found a solution to not going under, but I switched the alert box and chat to Streamlabs, so this is relatively new. So that's why. Not that any of you need to know or care. But now you know. in case you care. Oh, they have 2 slingers. This makes a lot more sense now. You need to rebuild your stream setup soon, so you care? Well, there you go. Someone who cares. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have a strong opinion, to be honest, though, about either. I don't have enough experience to recommend anything. I don't really know what I'm doing anyway. I just show up here. Whatever works is best. That's how I see it. Okay. Got a line of dogies. I'll watch you for the extreme Battle Brothers skill. The other stuff isn't that important. Uh-oh. Okay, should we throw here? We're not going to be entrenched. I guess all we need is one more brother like there. Holy puppy mill? We haven't had a dog die yet. Can you really call it a puppy mill when all the dogs are happy, thriving, living? I don't think so. Disaster. Cool. Doggos living their best lives. Doggos living their best lives. Okay. It was a low chance, of course, but the only thing I was really worried about was this guy hitting us in the head. Probably end up shield walling there. And Twitched Gvoth probably cannot step forward and attack. So actually, let's step back. Slurgy probably can step forward. Get him, doggies. He's fully surrounded. You love to see it. Dog's just having a snack here. Okay. And we got the reinforced wooden staff and both nomad slings. Well, he probably hasn't heard the legend of dogs per second. Uh-huh. DPS. You've heard of DPS. It means just what you'd think it would mean. Dogs per second. Okay. Future Bible Hero has leveled up. Has managed to hit level 4. Incredible. The real DPS. The real DPS. So now this is a banner who, you know, is not one that has the Ranged combat perk group, so won't have access to entrenched, which is a big downside because that's a pretty huge amount of resolve. So thinking about like long term, how we would want this brother to be. I mean, I guess he did get that missing eye anyway, so not that we would. Well, anyway, a banner that uses a sword lance. Well, he won't have access to quick hands unless he happens to get the trained perk group when he evolves. I choose a new word each time. It's either evolves, ascends, transcends, realizes their potential. We've got many phrases for it. Anyway. Does have access to anticipation though, which is kind of, I do find that real cozy. Potentizes, transliterates. Yeah, all these things. Achieves nirvana. I mean, we always take the melee skill and we always take the resolve. Apotheosis, apotheosis. I'm a big fan of anticipation. I'm not going to grab it on this level, but I like that as a plan for the bro in the future. So survival instincts might be good here. I think it's a good like tempo survival perk. It's like quite good. Let's take it. We got to dodge some hyenas, which is very annoying. I wish they would leave us alone. Okay. Maybe they're gonna leave us alone now. Alright, Alphair, you got any bros for us? No. Okay. So they have really cheap tools. How we doing, boss? We're doing alright. We're doing all right. Hope you're doing well, Broken Exile. It's like an Ascension debuff. Hyena permanently following you. Yeah. Pretty annoying debuff that they put on us. Can't imagine we're doing anything anywhere else, yeah. Fantastic as always. How's the obituary? Unfortunately, Erico fell right away, but otherwise it's been clean. You canceled the contract on them, but the hyenas are not going to cancel the contract on you. Seems to be the case. All right, let's buy these tools. Also, random side note, but Twitch both. Let's give this. I really just want more brothers. Might buy a padded vest. It's pretty cheap. And then just a little bit of rice. $10 out of 10 would eat with rice. All right, so do we head down to Al-Hadid, or do we just go straight to maybe these towns and then head up north from Bisonstadt? Could also go to El Hadet and then head up this way and see whatever's going on over this way and then this way. Probably should just do that, see those new towns. So maybe I still stop by Al-Hadid. Then we'll go to El Hadet and then we'll head up this way. Maybe that physician's gathering will have ended by now. is likely finished by now. Okay, good. So this should be an opportunity potentially for some more recruits. We can remain hopeful. Optimistic. Slurgy's got to be optimistic. I've got to role play. I don't have a choice. Optimistic, but yes, still pragmatic. Okay, find ourselves a beggar. You love to see it. There was a contract we can do here. Should we steal this? 0 medical supplies, just the way we like it. That's that early game grind. Strider is here. Oh boy. Strider. It's a cool name for a dog. All right, so let's accept this contract. To get a golden talisman, sounds pretty fancy. Let's hire a bro. Let's hire a more effective combat vessel. That being the dog. And let's see what kind of bro we got. Caffeine intervention. How should I abbreviate this? Let me know, caffeine intervention, if you're here. Otherwise, for the moment, you'll be known as caffeine. Oh my glob. Ho, ho, ho! I said I wanted to do fun builds. Well, well, well. Would you look at that? A fencer? He max rolled initiative and has quick. $135 initiative once he transmorgifies. Yes. Well. So we're gonna have to get a medium armor later. And dodge. Pretty clear build. Pretty clear build. I mean, the only thing that's potentially up in the air is one-handed or two-handed. But that doesn't look to be up in the air with our fighting styles. We just go duelist. Now, I mean, you can still make a fencer a few different ways. Like defensively, offensively, etc. So that's like a thing. Fantastic. But yes, this will be a fantastic brother. Anyway, we'll start out leveling just like 9 lives, but combo with one hand. Will he have 1 AP attacks with the fencing trait? Yes. But you only have lunge, strike, and riposte. So you can do lunge for 3, lunge for 3, stab for 1, riposte for 1, and then you can spend about 60 fatigue in 1 turn. So yeah. I assume fencers are even cooler in Reforged. Much cooler. Much cooler. I don't really find them it's not just that I don't find them that effective in vanilla, but they're not even that cool in vanilla. They're really cool in Reforged. Hopefully he gets trained. I mean, hopefully. Trained, or he could even get what's it called? Swift? Agile for battle flow. That would be another reasonable thing. Cool. All right. Let's do this. Let's give him this gear. And actually, we'll give him a spear for reach. And then we're going to give JSF MPGH a Nomad Sling. Because it does basically the same damage as the crew javs. It's pretty similar. Only we can attack from further away. A little less accurate, but we can attack twice, so. I know this question is kind of dumb, but is that promised potential a perk you get, or is it a mechanic in this mod? Yes. To both halves. It is a perk you do have to pick, and you do have to pick it when the brother is level 2 and only on specific backgrounds. But it is a unique mechanic from the perk. Maybe that was a terrible answer. Or maybe it was good. You tell me. We'll still put the jabs here in his pocket. We have toolbox. Kind of cute. So got a little extra pocket space. He just wanted to hear you talk. That's what I'm here for, I guess. Any of our front line have the skill to use the jabs? Apples and fruits could. A little reluctant without hybridization. But maybe still could. Especially on the turns where we've been just releasing a dog anyway. I think it's worth probably having equipped. It is a perk, but only available in this mod. That's what I understood at least. Yeah, basically. There's some cross-pollination between mod authors, so it's possible it's elsewhere as well. Okay. So let's find this golden talisman. Well, oh my. Apples and Fruits managed to make a bit of a name for himself in Al-Hadid. Of course, of course. Yeah, it's in base Reforged too. Yes. Four to 6 brigand thugs. Sticking your spear in more than just enemies, I see. Apparently so. Drop and trowel. Classic apples and fruits behavior. Where do you think the fruits come from? Alright, so this looks like the most dangerous enemy. Thug with the double grip spear, so let's just attack him now. Cool. Alright, so we're gonna do similar to how we've done in fights against the nomads. And do I put Corvus here? Yeah. And we could put Future Bible here and then put a dog down like here. Pretty unlikely for the knife to be able to take that out. In fact. Alright, we got some pretty good surrounds here. Dang. I was hoping to either have him be hit in the head, or I was even thinking about having Slurgy just aim directly for the head. But I didn't. Good boy. I was hoping he wouldn't occupy that hex. That way we could attack there. Long Fang. Actually, maybe we don't want to put that dog down. And let's just spear wall, or shield wall. A shield is like a spear. A spear is like a shield. Close enough. They both wall. I missed. Saved Longfang. Yeah, we have not had a dog perish yet. Unfortunately, it will happen at some point, and it'll probably happen relatively soon. That'd be my guess, but we'll see. We'll try to keep him alive as much as we are able to. The Desert Scourge Camp. Oh boy. Boy, is that almost borderline reasonable? We're not doing it, but it's close to borderline reasonable. It's not, but it's close to borderline. All right, so we're not gonna hang around here. We're just gonna make our way back up to El Hadet. I wonder how close we are to friendly with someone. Probably, well, getting close. With like 5 less cutthroats, it'll be reasonable. Yeah. So like close, you know. We're gonna need to get some food at some point soon. Oh, come on. This is that same group of hyenas. Go away. Doubly ambushed trade routes. Dang. A long list of brothers here. None of them are for us. Armed courier to Karakan? Probably not. To Nomad Outlaws, of course we're not doing that. Click the button anyway, because I don't know. So we could sell stuff and then do the contract to drive off those nomads. The hyenas are legitimately funny now. They have been for a little while, I think. They've been funny to me anyway. So yeah, we're gonna sell our excess stuff here. Not that it's worth very much, but we're not gonna get a better sale price than this for quite some time. I'm gonna hang on to 1 extra Adarga. Ooh, actually, maybe I want to keep this buckler. I think that's kind of the ideal pocket shield for like Slurgy. Just pull that little bad boy out and bonk. Get out of my face. Keep just 1. It's mostly for if we find a bro. And was that a... Yeah, we'll sell the staff sling. We'll keep the other nomad sling. Oh, we probably can equip the knives. I'm not too worried about the knives. We've got enough bros to get full surrounds. The scythe's going to be the best damage weapon. The scythes, and I guess probably the nomad mace a little bit better. Otherwise, we're currently using the militia spears just for the reach. We'll hang on to the nomad maces though. I don't know, should I bother doing that? Maybe not. Let's just sell them. Okay, I think that's good. So let's do this drive off nomads. So we've got probably enough food. We'll buy the stack of rice. What if we get chased away by a group of hyenas and we have to go off-roading? I'll pay the extra price on the rice just to keep the bros from being unhappy in case that happens. 4 to 6 cutthroats and a slinger. This is not bad. This is totally fine. These fights have been really good for us. Mostly thanks to the dogs. The engage here is kind of awkward. I might scoot and shoot. Running down to the left. I think that makes sense. And I don't think I'm going to bother shield walling. Got him. And that's the only brother with entrenched. Okay, come at me, nerds. Come on, your friend already ran at us. Surely you can too. Didn't even let you shoot. Yeah, they're being kind of mean. Deciding what I want to do with Corvus here. Future Bible Hero is going to have an attack here soon. Let's just go here. We'll wait there. This guy's probably just dead. Got him. Actually, it's my dog. Don't be mean. I missed. Okay, we got pretty good dog surface area on them. So we got pretty good DPS, dogs per second. A little bit spooky to put that dog back there, but they don't have quick hands, so we get like a, you know, a full turn. 95% chance to hit. You love to see it. Okay, the real Kirby can get back there. And now the dog is saved. Is it even possible for 2 slashes to kill the dog? I guess if they both hit the head. It's pretty unlikely. Ooh, I guess he has a new target though. Oof, spooky. May have been our first 95% chance attack. I think we might have had one earlier. When Slurgy first got backstab. Cool. All right. We've been beating up on nomads, and it's going well. Those nomads in their Scourge of the South are no more. All right, the real Kirby, I think we'll probably grab 9 lives. Could potentially grab Survival Instinct. It's also not a terrible call. Actually, might grab Survival Instinct. So this brother's gonna end up doing sword stuff. So let's go with Resolve here. Apples and Fruits is leveled up. Probably grab Entrenched. This is going to be a ranged brother. We're going to be choosing these two basically every single level, kind of no matter what. And then we'll just choose high rolls otherwise. This brother could make use of initiative with Iron Sights. We'll have access to flexible, so initiative isn't a terrible call. We want to make sure we get melee skill up to 55, and we'll put it higher, but I think we've still got a little time. I don't think we feel obliged to take that +2. Let's go with the initiative. Sometimes going earlier in the turn order is nice anyway. Grab Entrenched. Which weapon masters do you have? Crossbow, sword, and throwing. So it's too bad with Unstoppable. Unstoppable plus bow mastery. If we manage to snag a war bow, could be really strong. That was one of the things that the previous run was missing, was that we never had a war bow. And man, warbows, they can do a lot of damage. Twitched Gvoth has leveled up. Now, let's see how we leveled. All right, so let's choose both of these offensive stats and probably the fatigue. Yeah, probably the fatigue. Actually, I got a quick idea for something. Super quick. Okay. Other way around? No, try it the same way one more time. Try it the same way one more time. You'll see some new magical tech. Haha. Anyway, it's a redirection. Okay. Got him. Got him. Let's see. So entrenched is going to be what we're going to want to have. Oh no, it lied? True. I could put it in a different form of delimiter. That stick is a cute weapon? It is. It is a cute weapon, and it's actually kind of good. It's nice to have at this level anyway. It's a good stick. Stick of pain, stick of pain. I mean, I guess I could still grab entrenched. Nothing else really does anything. This is resolve, if nothing else. Like, it's still 40 resolve, which is actually, or 20 resolve, which is a lot. I mean, we can use one of these things. But like, yeah, we'll hold off. Do dogs automatically heal between fights? They do. They do. Dogs are magical. All right, let's at least wait till the dawn or the sunrise. It'll be just like a hot minute here. Just to ultra, triple, mega, quadruple check. And I suppose there's nothing else here for us. So let's move on. How close are we? Okay. All right, let's make our way north. Let's see what's going on in some of these places where we've never been. We want to scout out the map because we're probably going to make an enemy out of one noble house just so that we can raid their caravans for quick cash. And we'll want to choose wisely. 2 to 3 wolf riders? I'm not going to chase them because I think they can just like pour out damage a little bit too fast. I guess a cruel falchion would be pretty sweet. Wolf riders have nets now? They do. They don't give anything useful. I mean, the cruel falchion is... It sells for a lot too. I think Cruel Falchion's a pretty good weapon for us at this point. 3 AP attack's pretty good. I feel like we're likely to lose a bro. I don't think so. I think we're able to get enough dogs out. I don't think we do. Oh yeah, no doubt, like, regular goblins are much easier, but it's only 2 to 3, which makes this a little tempting. It's a weird situation to be presented with. There's only a few of them. Yeah, it's only a few titans or black dragons or whatever. Well, they wasted no time. Okay, so we'll get... Okay, so their reach is 4. So even if we swap weapons on apples and fruits, it won't... Oh no, it will. He's got a spear, duh. How much fat do riders have? Like a lot. 106. So we're not really reliably going to be able to wear them down. So I'm deciding if I want to put Corvus here. He does have 9 lives. Right, because what I think I need to do is apples and fruits, I think, needs to weapon swap to the spear and then shield wall. So then these two bros can shield wall and get shield wall adjacency. Fortunately, neither one's going to be able to release their dog. I guess that's just the way it is, though. So they'll have okay melee defense, right? I mean, they'll be somewhat difficult to hit. I guess there's a fractured elbow going on here. So maybe that fractured elbow means I want to push. I think the answer is yes. Oh, that was... Longfang. Longfang, you've made a grave error. Longfang, you've made a mistake. Longfang does let Slurchy move to here, but that's not good for Longfang. I guess that's who we lose this fight. That was weird. Let's get as much surround as we can on this Wolf Rider. Boy, I really want to get a dog down and attack this one. I mean, I guess we could go here and release it here and hope it is smart. Hoping a dog is smart. This has never failed us. Huh. It didn't know. Yeah, still stammed it out. Okay, and then we'll move out of the way for future Bible hero to step up and attack. And so Slurgy could either pull out the buckler and push, or attack with his polearm weapon. We're actually fast enough. We can attack, which seems crazy. But wear them down goes hard. Oh, spooky. Kept hearing Longfang and assumed it was Longfang was a bro, not a dog. Reasonable assumption. 73% chance if we hit him in the head and then he's dead. We could also pull out the pocket shield and push him away. If we attack him with both Slurgy and another bro, he actually won't have enough fatigue to attack more than 2 times, so I think that's fine. Or just not at all. And this guy's fully stammed out. You love to see it. Oh, I guess he's gonna kill Longfang. Or is he? Maybe the real Kirby needs to come up and be a hero so Longfang doesn't die. We took Survival Instinct, so we're almost certainly not gonna get attacked twice and get hit twice. Longfang. You monsters. He YOLO'd too close to the sun? Well, it's like they say. You only YOLO once. Oh, come on, surely one of these attacks will hit. Ooh, riposte. Okay. Riposte is a little spooky there. A lot of experience, and we got 1 Cruel Falchion. Well, okay. YOLO, you only live twice. With 9 lives, you only live twice. So yeah, I think it's kind of nice to have the 3 AP stab on a pretty decent, like, damage weapon. I think it's alright. We'll give it to Caffeine. The classic dogs for Falchion Pipeline. Classic. All right, Caffeine's gonna grab Promised Potential. And Reach of 3 is a little sketch. Yeah, I mean, I think as long as we do that with a bro who's in the center, it's a little bit better. But it is a little sketch. I agree. So one thing that we'll need to figure out, I guess a few things we need to figure out. One, obviously we're taking initiative every level. That's sort of a given. But will this bro take parry? The answer is like, maybe. You can make a dagger bro now. Yeah, it is a dagger. Yes. The one bro we have with dagger mastery though is one we're making a ranged dude. So nobody else has dagger. But yeah, we could totally do like between the ribs early on with Cruel Falchion and do some serious damage. Yeah, no, I agree. We just don't have it on anyone who's going to be up there. I mean, maybe we find a brother, and if we do, I think that's actually a pretty good thing to do. Anyway, we need to decide if Caffeine is going to do parry or not. So, pros and cons. If we go, so it's either shield or parry. Parry route will make riposte cheaper. We will be getting a flat 15 range defense, just like straight up, which is getting, I mean, it's 3/5 of the way there to a heater shield. We'd never be able to take shield expert, but since we're gonna go duelist anyway, we'll have pretty good reach. Not incredible, but pretty good. I mean, I think we probably do. Or dodge. We can do both. They're not like mutually exclusive. We're definitely going to be taking dodge. The tricky thing is, right now, the brother only has the light armor perk group, which is sort of annoying. We're going to have to train him in medium armor eventually. But Fencer shouldn't have a shield. I mean, they can. But I think we want the extra damage from double grip, and I think we want the extra defenses from parry. So I think like on a level like this, probably that specific level up makes the most sense. We're gonna need a ton more fatigue. Fencer's absolutely pour through fatigue. Is it worth to get Calm Mind for him? Are you talking about like Fortified Mind? It may end up being something we take later, yeah, potentially. Just because you need so many stats. Honestly, the HP is kind of tempting as well. But I'm gonna go with the fatigue and initiative. Melee defense is also pretty tempting. Because we're going to want to get as much defense as we can. More defense is more better than less defense. Kind of need every stat on a fencer. Exactly, that's what I'm talking about. These all stat bros, those are the ones we want to build. We don't want to fight 4 to 6 wolf riders. That's too many. Oh my god, why are they so fast? Holy shit. So we can't really run into the hills safely unless we start running around. Yeah. Spooky. That's a run ender right there. They're too fast. They get right on top of us. Yikes. So yeah, the all stat builds are specifically the ones that we can be in a unique position to do with a realized potential. All right, so let's take a look at what we've got for bros. Shucks. See what's going on in the shop. Probably end up buying some ground grains here. And is that going to be the only thing we do here? We're going to admire a completely cracked range defense shield. Wow, 35. Notable training hall, nice and central. Yes, notable training hall. It's in a pretty good spot of the map. We like that. Could be maybe convinced to buy a Rondell. I don't think we need to. Yeah, so another thing to think about, so like 25 to 35 with 20% pen. The Cruel Falchion is in many ways just better. Obviously we don't get puncture or whatever, but all bros are refugees at heart. Plus they ask for money, so they're all beggars too. I mean, Ragged Edge 82's got a good point. Anyway, I guess there's just nothing to do here other than make note of the training hall. Purchase a sack of ground grains and move on. I think as soon as we're able to get our retinue seat, we're just gonna hire the cartographer. And that'll be a nice, like, mid-game money-making tool. Since we were fortunate enough to find an early legendary location. This looks okay. Any towns around close to friendly? I don't think any of the ones nearby. No. In fact, we have negative relations. We got negative relations most places except for the small southern ones. We can see if we can boost relations to Hewland. Thinking about the future, it's not unlikely that we end up going hostile to this northern faction. We know they've at least got furs up here, which are really valuable. We know they've got copper a few places. And otherwise quality wood is alright too. Might be worth getting friendly with a southern town for the ambition. Yeah, maybe. And we're not opposed to going back there to check their fresh recruit pool in the relatively near future. What I'm thinking is let's see what's going on the road this way, and then maybe pass by Hewland. But we could maybe head back down there to get friendly relations. It'll just be like one contract. We also need to give them time to like contract refresh, because we were just there. Anyway, I think we can take this fight. And I think, are we okay with this being in the swamp? I sort of think so. Oh, we attacked them. We're okay with the grass too. And yeah, going hostile is, I said what I said. Swamp with range superiority good. Yeah, I should have let them attack me. I kind of thought I was. I mean, they had the red flag. This is still, I think, okay. If they attacked you, you'd get ambushed. Yeah, we don't want to be ambushed. Ambushed is bad. It's a lower hit chance than I would have thought. Okay, so apples and fruits can put Ritter up on this high ground and then throw Javs. And then the rest of the team can be ready to catch as they run around. That seems pretty alright. They don't have any attacks. I might try to get someone in place of Future Bible Hero because I don't want them to dogpile him. So we need to just take a step back with Future Bible Hero. And we're gonna attack with apples and fruits, but I'm not gonna put the dog down yet. We're gonna let the sling attack first. Dog pile? Oh wow, did I use that word? I'm so smart. I'm so funny. That was on purpose. You can tell because I told you it was. Okay, and we'll get Slurgy down this direction. Possibly Kvoth as well. I think that's the direction they're going to run towards. Okay. No, they ran up. Well, we can still make room. So Corvus probably ends up moving to this hex. And if that's true, we should put this dog down here. That way the real Kirby can move, put a dog down, and attack. And should we just attack twice now? Yeah, we're fast. Let's do it an end turn. That way we don't get the wait penalty. So we're gonna wait here so we can actually get an attack. This guy kept 3 AP. Feels like not the amount you want, my friend. 3's not very useful. So we're gonna wait on Slurgy. Try to stun the dog. Kind of rude. I'm gonna wait on Corvus. Actually, maybe I just go to here. That way Future Bible Hero can take a step up and attack, but I'm a little bit spooked to move too far forward because of the scoundrel. What happened? Where's the team? Who are they? What am I? Oh, we're right here. So Vance Lightning, we're gonna attack and then step out of the way. All the way to here. JSF MPGH, we're gonna move up to here. Got him. You asked twice in the last stream and it seems like we don't talk about it. No, we talk about it. I'm sorry if I missed it at the time, UV Catastrophe. No, we decided to fight some unholds. And got a little held up. Some. Got him. Yeah, so I don't want to put the dog down in a position where It's just gonna get stabbed 3 times by this scoundrel. We could put the dog down and then go here. We're not gonna be able to be killed by this dagger. He can only do 3 regular stabs. He's not gonna have puncture. We've got 9 lives. Danger for the doggy, but the doggy's still alive. And regular attack or stun. Let's go for the stun here. Oh yeah. Also, we were faster than the scoundrel. Ow. Starting to get dangerous for an unarmored dog, yeah. So Advanced Lightning just took a an arrow to the hand. I think that means we just get out of there. Boy, of all the bros to put there, I don't want it to be apples and fruits. He's got this fractured elbow. He's not built for it. We'll just throw a javelin at this guy's head. For exactsies. 55 on the money. God, that's so satisfying. The called shot. Ooh, dazed him, that's good. Oh, that was kind of rude. Dog agrees. Actually, Slurgy might be able to go for the headshot on this thug, so I'm not gonna attack it with caffeine. Let's attack here. Slurgy will one-shot that thug. He's got backstabber. Yeah, it's a good way to get some armor. And yeah, we did play some unhold pachinko. I think that's a pretty accurate description of what happened. So the pierced hand was on round 3. Yeah, so we're gonna miss our opportunity to bandage up. Sad. Unless, nope. You handled this really well? Yeah, this fight went pretty well. There were lots of little decisions that were pretty important there that that paid off. Got ourselves a rugged surcoat and a padded surcoat. Got the net. We did not get the regular pointy stick dagger, which we would have liked. But the new armors are very welcome. Honestly, the team is like... We're wearing... I'm gonna call it real armor. This is real armor. All surcoated up, all surcoated up. We got rewarded for carrying the extra Adarga from the south. Got the red face mask. Enemy will all start weak now. 1 week at the start of a battle. Pretty nice one. Never let the thieves steal your gold. Inspire one. Claim that red mask. All right. Advanced Lightning. We can either take hybridization or small target here. We are going to make this brother a headhunter. It's going to be his specialist role, basically. Red Mask would be so much worse in Battle Brothers than Slay the Spire. It would. That's true. Hybridization doesn't do much on a bro until they reach their potential. It's mostly just for the weapon swap. So I kind of view it like taking quick hands. But I think with the way the team's been playing, Vein's Lightning hasn't needed or wanted to quick hands too much. Unfortunately, the pierced hand sort of sucks at the moment anyway, but we'll go with small target. But I think hybridization just as a quick hands tool is pretty nice to have. Man, there are goblins all over this area. I don't think we fight this. That's a little too spooky. Even though, I don't know, the Boondock Bow would be super cool. Hitting heads is really nice with a sling. Yes, it is. It really is. Early Goblin Bow or the Jagged Pike, both very good. Yeah, same with more Cruel Falchions. They're all good. You want a Goblin Pike? I want you to have a Goblin Pike. You're scared of this? You should be scared of this. How's our hit points looking? Mostly okay. We lost Longfang. We've at least got armors to be able to withstand like a good aim shot from the Boondock Bow. Let him go, it's not worth losing apples and fruits. He's not gonna die. We're fighting in the hills. I'm not sure I like that. We'll see. Oh, I don't like that. All right, we're gonna wait, and I'm not gonna call this scoot and shoot, but we're gonna, assuming they don't advance, we're gonna run to here. I guess they already would have waited because they're gonna be faster than me completely. So maybe I should run back now. Yeah. 51% at night, spooky. It's not nighttime. Yeah, we just need to get up onto this high ground of our own. We're gonna stick together. And yeah, only 2 Wolf Riders. So notably there's 4 enemies. So we know it's, you know, the Ambusher, the Fighter, and just 2 Wolf Riders. Is this considered ethical high ground? I mean, they started out with a free shot on us, so I think so. So we're gonna back up to here, but I'm gonna wait through, yeah, okay. So, go to there, Spro can go here. Yeah, I think we got this. Yeah, this is ethical. This is extremely ethical. This is so ethical. Let's see, let's have a Slurgy run down here. This Wolf Rider, I suppose, is going to go to there. Good spear wall. Then maybe he'll either go here or go for the big flank. The zoning bro, hello, hello. Boy, our hit chance against them is pretty bad with Advanced Lightning. JSF MPGH would be a little bit better. This Boondock Bow is probably going to end up running away. Maybe I should attack him. Not just because he's going to run away, but because we can actually do better damage with the sling. So if this makes him run all the way around to here, I guess that's fine. So maybe I spear wall. Got him. So did that give him the arrow to the knee? No, it did not. Because we didn't take that on this bro. The bro with toolbox is JSF MPGH. Right. Okay. I knew that. Okay, and these two brothers were just gonna wait. Wait. Wait, or maybe go here. No, based on where they are, I think we go here. So they might be waiting for the spear wall to be put down. I think that's fine. No. They believe themselves to have range advantage, which maybe is kind of true. The dog should be able to catch the bow. He'll only run at one left. Yeah, that's true. Let's get apples and fruits up on 1 hex higher. Next turn. Okay, so we've got this grazed neck and a fractured elbow. Oh, that made our hit chance go down. I guess the penalty for distance on a throwing weapon's pretty bad, huh? I don't know that he can shoot us anymore. I wonder if that makes the Wolf Riders run forward. No, and who knows where their Goblin Fighter is? Like, he's off in La La Land doing Lord knows what. Finally hit him. Took away an anticipation stack. Triggers aim shot there, huh? Maybe the fighter's going for the big flank. Might be. Apples and Fruits is gonna run out of ammo. Let's at least hang on to this jav. Advanced Lightning may as well recover. JSF MPGH is in a similar position. Ow. Got him in the ear. So we'll apply more bandages. I feel like if we were to release a dog, it would definitely run at the ambusher. And then that would trigger the wolf riders to run forward. And I don't think the ambusher is going to be able to defeat the dog. I'm a little nervous about doing that. But I think we do it. Nope, there's the skirmisher. Fighter, skirmisher, okay, whatever. So we're gonna release more dogs. No, Blaze, don't do that, Blaze. Blaze, that's so dumb. Actually, they might just footwork away from it. So do you have a mod list? Yeah. Boy, Advanced Lightning does not have a reasonable attack. Let's go to here. Maybe here? Hey, you're welcome. Alright, dog, be smart. Don't be dumb. Smart. Good. No. Strider. Well. Like I said, the Wolf Riders might actually footwork away. Okay. There should be a perk group that gives something for beasts, like giving a dog a target, or giving hawks the ability to harry foes. Pretty cool ideas. So do I send Corvus here and do an attack? He's got 9. Let's get him in there. You're a foe, Harry. You're a hairy foe. And maybe should not get caffeine there. Do you think the goblin was like... The bow goblin was like, where are you two going? When the wolf riders moved away from him? Probably. Probably very disappointed in his allies. I guess he could footwork down here and attack up JSF MPGH if we go here. Into a big surround. We'll see. You think dogs are goblins' natural predators? Maybe the other way around. Okay, good attack. Rude. Yeah, that's actually all totally fine. Come on. Oh, I suppose we already canceled riposte, huh? Nice. Got him. Yeah, I knew that javelin would come in handy. Yeah, the dogs are gonna chase. So let's get down and help. It's too brave. Let's run to here. Nice hit. But the hounds are taller than the goblins. You know, I bet there is Battle Brothers lore out there that you can find somewhere that probably gives an answer to that. Skirmishers in perma footwork AI. Yeah, I've noticed that. Sure is. Oof, good hit. Got him. Ow. Hounds slash Tiny Bros should be able to wear Gabo armor. New design space for Dark Cell. Oh man, it's kind of a cool idea actually. Or it could be like orc weapons, where there's like a penalty if you're not designed for it. Like the alchemist potion kind of compensating. I don't know. There's some ideas there. All right, so we got the wooden skirmisher shield, which is like a really cute pocket shield. It's cute. We did get the boondock bow. We got 2 cruel falchions and a goblin skewer. Honestly, pretty good. Pretty good. Some crop top armor for the Nimble Bros. Yeah, so 30 to 45 damage on the boondock bow. It's gonna be more accurate than our slings here. Today I learned some people are designed for weapons. Uh-huh. Weapons aren't designed for the people. People are designed for their weapons. Surprised you didn't know that. You knew that. The Goblin Skewer is going to be a superior weapon to the Militia Spear. Not by much. But the 3 AP stab is pretty sweet. It still has good reach. It's actually kind of an excellent weapon. Huge Bros would get less of a penalty for orc weapons. That would be cute. That would be cute. Maybe a penalty of like -3 instead of -5. Okay. And so we're going to put this boondock bow on, I guess, JSF MPGH? No. I guess... I'm not on Advanced Lightning. I mean, I guess really we want it to be on apples and fruits. I suppose with these injuries, that's just what we do. And... Really what we need is another brother. Huh. I'm gonna urinate. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Hopefully we find another brother soon. Because what I really want to do is I want to move this bow over to apples and fruits and put another bow on the front line. I'll be back in a moment. I am back. Okay. So yeah, what I really want is to just give apples and fruits this bow, but I don't want the front line to be so thin. It's probably fine. Might still leave this armor on him since he's got this injury though. Just check the wipe of the last company. Now we know how dangerous caves can be. Yeah, bros, I'll win putty in the Nutty Putty Cave. Okay. That's a great way to put it. Dogline? I mean dogline. That's true. I do kind of mean dogline. Okay, I think that's all the adjustments I want to do. Probably. Yeah, I think so. Just want another, I want another bro for the dog line. The dog releasers who hold shields. We need to replenish the dog line a bit. Yeah, we do. Ooh, a marksman. Ooh. Raiders? No, 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 no. We cannot do this. So let's just run down this way and then loop around this little baby swamp. Spooky camp nearby? Yeah, it could be. Benny Hills, these fools. Got them. Now, unfortunately, they delayed our passage to whatever this is, such that it's nighttime. I guess it might have been nighttime anyway. Another central training hall. Okay. Let's see if there's any roads heading out of here, or if this is just to a resource location. Might have just been a resource location. Alright, see what we got here. Well, two. Oh, hell yeah. And they've got shinies here. How delightful. They've got a dog. 3, really. And then they've got a training hall. Cool. All right. We're going to hire these two brothers. Let's see what we got. First up, we've got Minrad the Dirty. Okay. Okay. This brother works. His secondary stats are, I guess they're, his HP's low, but they're otherwise fine. Melee skill, melee defense is really good. As far as perk groups go, we've actually got a pretty interesting combo here. Cool. And this bro is Ryanok. Could have left him as the dirty. It's a full force rebuke hammer. Certainly could be. Certainly could be. So one thing that's certainly a possibility would be this bro could end up doing rebuke duelist even. Could be our spear bro. Could be our spear bro. Absolutely could be a spear bro. Absolutely could be a spear bro. No wear them down, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, I like the wear them down, but I don't feel like it's not like necessary. It's just a nice to have, I think. Plaguebird, hello, hello. Ooh! And look what we have here. We get a brother who gets a bonus perk. This is Plaguebird. Oh, wow. Good timing, Plaguebird. Hello. Yeah, so this bro gets a bonus perk because of Back to Basics. That is so good. The timing is suspicious. The timing is suspicious, I agree. You can see from the bot, it says randomly chosen. I don't know, I click shuffle pick. Unstoppable sword lands with exude confidence? Possibly. Back to Basics is so great with the new crafting item from Hexen. I mean, it's kind of not even really something we need to consider ourselves, or consider. I mean, I agree with you, the zoning bro. But for us, we can take it in our first pass through, and then when we realize our promised potential, then we just like get a bonus perk. Just a bonus perk. So yeah, we don't we're not going to be doing any Swordlands shenanigans. We don't have the powerful strikes perk group. It rolls over for promised potential? Yeah, it does. So it is very good. This honestly also could be a spear bro. They're kind of similar. Oh wow, they're really similar. Wow. Oh my god. They're like wildly similar. Plaguebird is your long lost brother? I've noticed this. Both have student, both have promised potential. Can you believe it? Incredible. One can grow a beard. That's true. One of them is actually bald. The other just shaves their head out of solidarity. That's true brotherhood. I'm sure you're all shaving your heads, right? Like, I only accept yes as an answer. You have a mullet? Yeah, we'll take it. A mullet's like shaving your head. If we're talking it's opposite day. So one kind of interesting thing that I'm kind of looking at that's kind of cute here is, so we're spear walling, right? Spear walling away. And let's say we're doing it with Duelist. We're doing it for cheap. Right, we got our double grip, reducing the cost as well as Duelist. if we're standing on the edge of the formation and then enemies break through, with Rush of Battle plus Duelist, what would we need for Indom to be usable at 15 fatigue? So if it's 25 times 0.8 times 0.7, that brings us down to 14. And 25 times 0.8 times 0.8, I think is 16, right? Yeah. So there's kind of an interesting thing that happens here where we could spear wall with these brothers. Spear wall, spear wall, spear wall. And as soon as enemies do break through, and these brothers have the exact same perks, basically. Only Plaguebird's gonna get one more. Then we swap to doing Indom on the corner. Could also do the 2 Lone Wolf Spearbro formation. Yes, we could. And they'd also have access to Anchor, which is sort of cute. So in case an enemy did want to or try to push them, that could prevent that. I heard the Unholds dislike Anchor. I've heard that. Indom already prevents the push. Sure, but Anchor prevents it. How do I put this? It's like Anchor is what you do. Anchor is the benefit while you're spear walling, and then as soon as enemies break through, you just swap to doing Indom. It's an idea. Anchor prevents it when you stay him out or are not Indoming for some other reason. Yeah, I think there's situations. Unholds also don't like Hold Steady. You know, they don't, but Hold Steady sometimes struggles to hit everyone. They both have fairly good MDef. They do. I think the tricky thing is that against enemies in like mixed formations, and by that what I mean is like enemies like honestly even orcs, where there might be a bunch of young throwing jabs. I kind of do want the range defense too. So I feel like I could do the duelist route and go parry. And I think that would be pretty good. Yeah, I kind of like this. I sort of feel like this might work. So they're both nimble boys. I suppose probably kind of that's just what we do. Doesn't have to be. We could train him in medium armor. Just start out scoot and shoot and leave these brothers forward to spear wall. Yeah, I think that's basically how we would do it under most circumstances. I mean, it's too perfect. It's too perfect. They were hired one right after the other. The two hands of our spear wall. The body is the spear, the hands. I don't know. It's the left side and right side of our formation. That's my imagined idea here. If we need additional secondary stats, we could go with Fort Mind. And we still got some bonus perks. And of course we're going to get us another shared perk group when the time comes. You need the fat from Nimble? We do. We do, though with the one-handed spear, you really don't need that much extra. You really don't. Honestly, the thing I'm most worried about is just the durability of the brothers. I'm not even so much worried about the fatigue, because I think once you've got the... Right, so if we look at, for example, the Goblin Skewer. So spear wall of 30 actually isn't... Is the Fighting Spear also 30, or is the Fighting Spear 25? Why do I feel like it might be 25 on the Fighting Spear? It's probably not. I mean, if the Spear wall is 30 on the Militia Spear. You know, we're able to bring that down to 20. That's pretty cheap. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of wondering, is if I want him to be one with a shield instead of parry. That's where my head's kind of at, right? As a way of protecting them, their soft, nimble bodies. So it'll make it where the abilities cost more, but I think that's fine. So yeah, exactly. We would give him heater shields. And I think that's good enough. I'm just still kind of worried about their defenses, honestly. Even with a heater shield and one with a shield. I get spooked. I get spooked. Nimble +1 with the shield is a lot of damage reduction and in Dom. It is. I mean, it is. And I think the spooky thing about going parry is, you know, so you're out there spear walling against your orcs. You're thinking, this is going well. Orcs are bouncing off the spear, no big deal. An orc charges in. It succeeds. You're stunned. Now suddenly you lose your parry bonus. And that's bad. It's real bad. Low res is a killer, to be honest. They need 80 plus res to hold a lone wolf position. Yeah, we're going to need a bunch of resolve. That's why I already just highlighted Fortified Mind. I'm just going on the assumption that that's probably going to end up being necessary. But I agree with you. Low res is a killer for lone wolf position. Bros just in general. And they don't have great starting range defense. It's one less thing to pump. I realize we're kind of talking about all stat builds and stuff, but I think I like the prospect of doing shield better. And then I think we would take shield expert and probably still take duelist. I guess that's kind of doesn't feel super necessary. Doesn't feel bad, but doesn't feel required. Oh, whoops. I did not mean to click there. Through the gap still probably fine. I feel like they've got like free perks. Actually, what I kind of want to do, one cute idea here that I'm just now realizing is if we're going to operate as a lone wolf and we're going to be spear walling, what is particularly different about that bro compared to almost any other bro? Every single hex around them, normally, is going to be completely free. No enemies. None. So if we do train in medium armor, we can take Relentless and Skirmisher, and Skirmisher, and Dodge. And that can be a huge source of defenses as well. Ranged and melee. You're saying you could dodge around? I'm saying we could dodge around. Jump up, just up, and get down. Do it around, you know. Copium, every tile will be empty. Yeah, every tile will be empty. I'm sort of just thinking of like other perks we would want to take is a big part of it. The other nice thing about that too is if we end up getting slowed down to where enemies are faster than us, and then we use recover against a lot of enemies, that's going to make us faster than them, which is important. This will sound crazy, but I almost want footwork on a bro like this. And then backline is mono hybrids. Yeah, it's going to be a bunch of hybrids that can... Sorry, I hit my mic there. Footwork, can we take on the Madman? Yeah, exactly. I mean, we could just get the Agile perk group. Problem solved. Okay. I mean, I think I'm sold. The other way we could do this, so not to just add confusion or muddy the waters, of course we could do this as like a two-hander spears. What would you do about stamina? What about it? Keep spear and walling. But I think the nice thing about that is we can kind of, we don't have to decide that right now. Because I feel like, as long as we're committed to not pumping range defense, the build is going to look the same. More or less. So we go with melee skill, and then melee defense, and then secondaries. Honestly, mostly melee skill and then secondaries. Like, we'll take the high roll in melee defense, but otherwise probably don't bother. I also kind of wonder how well a sword staff does with rebuke. I don't know. I need to quit thinking about that as an option, but Plaguebird probably has more room for damage perks with basics. Yeah, he'll just get like an extra perk. Cool. All right. Well, this is wonderful. So let's pull out one of our injured bros. I guess Vance Lightning is the one we would pull out right now. And let's get these bros, let's get them geared up. They're already actually pretty well suited for this. So let's give them... we don't have any... I guess we do have a reach weapon. Rebuke on sword staffs use the prong attack, I think. Oh, I think you're right. I think that's true. I think that's true. Unfortunate. Cool. Well, this is great. GSF MPGH is leveled up. Did we know that? Have I been ignoring that? Apparently. Build question, made a decisive net bro. What is the weapon to go for? Or if you should even get weapon mastery. Only Turbricks left. Dagger? I mean, feels like you would just want that to be Katal. if you're given the luxury of choice. All right, JSF MPGH, our tempo thrower bro. Got another +4 there. That's pretty good. Is additional fur padding still the go-to for battle-forged heavy armors? I mean, you certainly can. You certainly can. I kind of feel like in Reforged, if you have access to famed heavy armor, you can take flexible and battle-forged, and it'll actually end up kind of being like 2 battle-forged and an additional fur padding together in a trench coat. Now, if your brother isn't statted for that, or you don't want to spend the extra perk, you know, additional fur padding is still really good. But like, bone plating is still pretty sweet. Problem with additional fur padding is you need additional fur padding to get additional fur padding. No, you don't really. Unholds don't have that much armor pen, and direwolves certainly don't. All right, JSF MPGH. Actually, interestingly, this brother has dagger mastery. Huh, cute. Dagger and mace. And so let's grab maybe just quick hands. Your bear gladiator is now a Catalbro. Sounds good to me. Could also just simply grab Colossus. Your issue with flexible is that your armor is 36, your helmet is 23. Yeah, that's too heavy. I would not go that route then. Like on the really heavy armor, it's not gonna help you. But I feel like a lot of famed armor fits nicely into the space between. Okay, let's make sure we equip some bandages and a butter knife. Wonderful. So now I think our next objective, short-term objective. Do I buy this cheap ammo? We don't really need it at the moment, but we might soon. I'll hold off. Could maybe buy another padded leather. Sure. It's not a terrible price. It's actually pretty cheap. There we go. Yeah, the next objective is the cartographer. You got this squad off the ground so well this time? Yeah, turns out iterating on something, you'd get better at it. So yeah, we're gonna be looking to get the cartographer. So we're gonna complete contracts, we're gonna get friendly with a civilian faction. We are going to just gain money and renown, which luckily, we just do contracts to get both at the same time. Is this a split map situation? I think this might be. Unless there's a road going west of Jungholes and there's like a connected road network on the left side there, which maybe there is. All right, let's go down to Hewland. Also, like, look at this guy's pathing. Like, he's heading straight north, which kind of, to me, implies that, you know, whatever AI script, like go somewhere he was just given. Not taking the road kind of says to me it's likely that it's a split map situation. Might not be, but... Alright, so we got some briggies here. Let's at least see what these footprints are. They might be like similar to what we found earlier, which is too strong. Oh, we got these creepy... Yeah. Fake footprints. Yeah, so this is that same group we saw earlier. That's too much. I wonder if peasants also go through the wilderness when they travel to a northern town. I would guess that for peasants, much like with caravans, if there's not a road network connecting their source from destination, they probably, like, that's just not a valid destination in the first place. But that's just a guess. An educated guess, but just a guess. Okay, so selling items. Okay. Plus 10, minus 10. If we're gonna do drive off brigands though, and we want to sell stuff, we would do it now. Sale price is only okay. I think we just hang on to things. We'll just do a drive off brigands contract here. Seems like a pretty good town to get good relations with. Armed courier to Tanweir, we might do that one too. We are gonna need some food here soon. Team got in a little fight, as happens. Sometimes you get in a scuffle. And should we do this at night or during the day? Probably doesn't matter. Not that much anyway. Okay, 3 thugs. Looks like mostly just a bunch of thugs. So we'll probably just scoot and shoot. We like scooting, we like shooting. So we'll scoot and shoot. Gonna need medical supplies soon? No, 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 no. We don't do that here. This isn't some sort of charity. Bros gotta fix their own injuries. Medical supplies are a scam? Uh-huh. That's what Big Swamp Town wants you to believe, is that they do something. But you'll heal just fine using your body's natural process. So, Big Swamp Town can shove it. Herbalist hut? Scam. Alright, looks like they must have, based on their AI pattern there, I think they've got poachers. And I think what happened was the poachers got in range. But that happened between these thugs and those thugs. So these thugs moved forward in the, so Bone Thugs moved forward, but Harmony ran back. That's kind of what I'm saying. So I think we're gonna just move forward and take out these two. Caravans are the only exception, you think, since they're just glued to the road? Might be. And do I put a dog down here? I mean, it's just an unarmored one. It might go rogue, and I kinda don't want to risk losing it. Big Swamp Town, Big Swamp Town. Exactly. Big Swamp Town has got the ultimate scam on the whole realm. Ooh, dangerous. Seth, that was dangerous. Seth, wait. These two dogs are both named Seth? I guess it just pulls from a pool of names, so you know, I guess. We should be able to rename them. We should be able to rename them. Which one is the better one? Well, one of them is a warhound with armor. The other is just like hanging out. And should be safe to put Rhinoc there. He doesn't have puncture. Q dog list. I mean, in XCOM Long War, you can name your pilots and stuff, right? And those are similar to dogs in Battle Brothers. Very hand-wavy there. Dog should be able to eat those 2 hammer attacks. Yeah, no problem. Probably done deliberately so you don't get attached to them. Like our boy Longfang here. The true hero of this campaign. Subs equals bros, subs equals dogs. It's kind of cruel, but I like it. Missed our first 95, I guess. Ooh, Grand, you are playing with fire, my friend. Little Grand is in danger and needs our help. Grand, you got this. Oh, never mind, we're faster than Grand. I guess he was bleeding. Cool. I think you can use BB Edit to rename dogs. Oh, sure. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. There probably is just a dog renaming mod too. I wouldn't be surprised. It's not a thing I've looked for. Okay, that went pretty well. Grand and this Seth, but not the other Seth. Is this Grand? No, that's Ritter. Grand. They were in danger. They ended up all right. They were definitely in danger. Caffeine is leveled up. Our fencer. Another +3 in melee, or excuse me, +1 in melee skill. I'm not going to take the +1s because all the other stats that we could take are so important. But big yikes. And I think we decided this bro is going to be one-handed fencer with parry, right? I think so. Don't let me die? I mean, I'll do my best. You need to live long enough to let us all down. Offenser seem tough without the Swordmaster perks. Oh yeah, it's definitely less potent without the Swordmaster specific perks. But I mean, I feel like when the bro gets a absolute massive stat dump, that certainly helps. As a fencer, you're destined to get out of position and die. It's probably true. Might even end up taking elusive. You could have a shield if the stat requirements for parry and fencer are too great. Yeah, but the problem is like the shield also kind of increases the stat requirements. Because then you need like more fatigue. Not only because you've made your yeah, I don't know. I think I'll just go parry. I think the thing is like the double grip damage bonus is just too relevant. Does parry work with a two-hander? No, it doesn't. At least these fencer will be more tanky. It might take more than one more chief axe. Just got the end of the 14 unholds, whoa boy. Yeah. Mistakes were made. Art FHP then? Maybe. I mean, I think I like the HP. Three RDF versus 3 MDF is kind of interesting because so in a lot of circumstances they're going to be equal. RDF is going to be better against ranged attacks before we've made melee contact, obviously. But melee defense is a little bit better if we find ourselves in a situation where we get stunned or whatever. Stunned, disarmed, etc. And we don't have ways of preventing that. I mean, we may have ways of preventing it, but it could happen. So it's probably still the range defense, but I don't think it's a clear cut. Yeah, I don't think it's clear cut, but I think we still go with range defense. Oh yeah, and so we'll probably grab 9 lives. I mean, I think so. MDef is also better right now. Well, that's true. I mean, we can grab parry next level, and I think that's getting to be okay. It's like close to a shield. How's the run, Slurgy? Barry B. Benson, 47. Hello, hello. It's going pretty well. Boy, it takes everything in all of my strength to not just attack that caravan that left. I wanted to. Okay, so looking at the relations with this town, this is Hewland. Neutral. So I don't think the armed courier will get us there. And it was an armed courier to where? Tanware. That's very far away. Maybe we head down to Weissenstadt, see if there's contracts there. Mojo25, hello, hello. Yeah, we'll go. We'll go there. Although I guess we could just travel along this road. Why make this so complicated? Changed my mind. Why'd I have to go and make things so complicated? You know? Like Avril Lavigne. She knew. So, what's our renown at? 25? It's positive. Incredible. Grubenheim. See what's going on here. Return stolen item, find location. Bastion of the Exiled is on the plains to the north. Nothing good came from there. Find location. Bastion of the Exiled. All right, let's do this one first. Little follow the tracks, return the stolen item. Simple stuff. Two to three thugs, 2 to 3 poachers. Okay, weird. All right, and I never finished leveling up our bros, which is kind of funny. Let's talk about this Bastion of the Exiled place. There really is. Kind of sounds like a trap. Might be. Might be a trap. Okay. So let's grab hybridization on Twitched Quoth. And we'll be ready to use a pole weapon. 14 unholds waiting there. Uh-oh. So we're gonna go range skill, melee skill, and could potentially be initiative. If we're gonna be crossbowing, we know we've got flexible here. I like having a team of fast boys. Could also be melee defense or range defense. The other interesting prospect would be that if we put the bro on the edge of the formation such that like he was in contact with exactly 3 brothers, then maybe something like hybridization, or excuse me, dodge could even still be okay. Because if we're in contact with exactly 3, we still become entrenched. We have a name of the Wind Enjoyer, a man of taste and distinction. I think so. Yeah, let's go with the initiative. What are the bad guys in that book again? The Chandra, Chandahari, Charmander. There it is. Got there. definitely Charmander. I don't see how it could possibly be anything else. Something like that. Trilogy is unfinished, so they're not really fleshed out. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's probably just going to remain unfinished. Very nice. I guess we could have Plaguebird go there. Make sure that Seth doesn't die to this spear. Okay. Got him. That poacher is late to the party. Okay, good. No, 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 don't do that. That's rude. Excellent. Run them down. We'll let the dogs have their tasty snack. Cool. We're still trying to get friendly with a location. $500 is $500. $240. So I guess the interesting thing is like, who needs renown anyway? I want to hire our cartographer. 2 quests to get us to friendly. I think usually. I think they pay different amounts or like give different relationship boosts. And I don't know what the boost is for each contract. I think we'll return it. And we should be able to possibly get them to friendly pretty easily with this next one. Bastion of the Exiled is not far after all. 3 for large towns, 2 for villagers. Well, what about the tier 2 town? Because that's what we got going on here. So we know it's on the plains. So this should be pretty easy to find. Six to 11. In fact, I think when we step on this mountain, that'll probably just reveal it. Yep. It's not even that bad. It's not a location we can do or anything, but... Grubenheim, let's take a look. Nope, still neutral. Dang. It's tough to make friends in this world. Well, I guess we'll take this road to the west. Might buy just a little bit more food just in case. I just want to make friends. I just want to find some friends. Tough to make friends when you're occasionally robbing them. I mean... reallocation of resources. We were just trying to make sure that they were still able to keep a sufficient budget for next year. We were doing them a favor. All right, return stolen item. I mean, I guess. Everyone loves Robin Hood. Exactly. And we're the good guys, so 7 to 10 thugs, delicious. All right, so let's allocate our level up here. The real Kirby is gonna do some sword stuff. I should put a little more description in to help us sort of like figure out the leveling. Apples and fruits I kind of want to potentially transition to bow when he reaches his potential. Just so we can make use of Unstoppable and this absolute monstrous pile of fatigue he's gonna have. Should be good. Anyway, so the real Kirby I think is just gonna be, say sword stuff. What does that mean? We're taking range defense or not? I think I have been leveling it. So probably parry. He's got good secondaries, right? I think they started about as good as a beggar ever gets. Pretty sure that's true. Parry S-word. We're not going to take it on this level. Nice level though. Dang. Nine lives? Yeah, we could just grab 9 lives. Feels like hard to go wrong. Alright, and Slurgy. Is eventually going to do some Slurgy Rock nonsense. Perfect. It's actually even better that we can't finish the word. So, I marked these things, but we don't have to... I'll know. When the time comes, it will be clear. Did no one else have... Backstabber comes from Vicious. Yeah, I guess that's kind of rare. So what does Slurgy take? We could go with Battle Fervor, just to increase our hit chance before we're confident. I think that's okay. Again, I'm mostly looking to just take what gives the most valuable value right now, since we're gonna get our free respec. Vigorous Assault's probably also pretty okay. We can move 2 hexes and attack with this pole flail. It's definitely going to be situations we're in where that's relevant. In fact, I think we've already seen some. Vigorous Assault is kind of nice in the early fights when you've got weapons like this. I might just do that. Small target. I mean, but why though? We like have the one weapon where we can specifically target the head when we want to. Because I feel like when we want to hit the body, we want to be able to use Flail. So I don't think we do that. Vigorous Assault's definitely useful. It is. Vigilance also pretty good. If we're starting each fight scooting and shooting. Which I think is going to be pretty common. Probably slightly better. They kind of do the same thing. Vigorous Assault and Vigilant do. Berserk and Vigilant later on too. That's true. It's kind of a cute combo. I hadn't thought about that one before. Huh. Okay. So we always choose melee defense, I think, on this brother. We definitely take the 4 HP. And resolve? We need resolve and fatigue. Right now I like the resolve. Apples and fruits. Could grab hybridization and then toss some jabs in our pocket. I feel like that's a nice little piece of tech. I think we like that some of the time. Often enough. We're going to take this +3 in melee skill, because then we just take an additional +1 and we hit 70. We may even want to push this further because this brother is huge. So we can do lots and lots and lots of damage. So we'll go with fatigue. We actually have one ranged hybrid with huge and another with dexterous. They're like true hybrids, which is kind of nice. All right, Duska's Denight. So we'll start out with a cute little scoot and shoot. And there they are. That's all 7. Okay, here they come. And we're not going to kill this guy quite yet. We want the rest of them to run forward. Oh, come on. Get up here, cowards. Your friend is here. You're really just gonna abandon him? Guess let's go here. We need these dogs to be heroes. Luckily, they're pretty good at it. Okay, we could go for this guy's head just to get his armor. It's not really that big of a deal. It's pretty unlikely to hit him, so maybe I shouldn't have gone for that. Here we go. Pierced hand, you love to see it. Excellent. Pretty simple and easy little fights here. Not much experience though. Thugs don't really give much at all. As expected, but so let's return to Trogan. How do they feel about us here? They're open, but they got no more contracts. Let's head south on this road. I guess see what we run into. When we backtrack, we'll definitely be able to get friendly with someone. Oops. And then we'll have some shopping to do here soon as well. Once we get the cartographer, one of my plans for one of the first things we get is just to upgrade the cart so that we can bring more bros into battle. Well, there is a road. Let's just peek on this mountain super quick, see what's... By God, maybe there is a road network going up that way. Let's go to Steinhaven. We know it's there. We don't know what's going up north. That could end up being a long, windy road or kind of take us a direction we probably don't want to go because it doesn't look like it's going to loop. Armed courier to Alcasser. Oh my, these dyes are super cheap. Holy, I bet we can just sell those at like Weissenstadt pretty easily. We could even accept this contract. We could take a boat from Steinhaven to Weissenstadt and then go to Alcasser from there. Probably don't want this contract. I don't know. We're making sure to like not quite get to friendly with a bunch of places all at once. Yeah, we probably want the, I mean, maybe. In any case, I think we want to buy these dyes. And Cat Chaser the War Dog. Little food here. This ammo is a bargain. And let's just stay on the road. Go to Steinhaven. If there's any contracts here, we'll take them. If not, we'll go to Weissenstadt. Hunting beasts, return stolen item. We can do return stolen item. Pretty happy to do. Just keep churning out those. 3 skull, so a little bit more difficult. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh. This bro is more than meets the eye. Antiwian. You love to see it. Okay, so this bro has something that I highly prize. And I don't know if we'll be able to make use of it, but I want to try. Actually, this bro has a few things going on for him. So, the beloved, determined, exude confidence combination is here. I adore this particular set. I find it to be excellent. So the downside here is that I don't know what to do with him. I mean, he's got Axe Mastery. I don't really like axes that much. Determined Iron Lungs, Chad Crip, yes. I don't know what a cripple is doing with Iron Lungs, but he's determined. Noob here, do the axe perks do anything meaningful to buff throwing axes? Well, luckily, Bronkar, that answer in both vanilla and this is very modded, so this is not a very good source to learn from if you're playing vanilla. But no, throwing axes only gain benefits from throwing mastery. One thing you can look at is, oh, this also is in vanilla, right? The first line on the sort of stat sheet will say what the weapon is, and that's the only thing that determines what will impact it. So for example, as confusing as it might be, a pole mace gains nothing from polearm mastery, only mace mastery. So just look at that line of text. I think that's also in vanilla, it's gotta be. Probably a backliner. I mean, that's the problem, is I don't even want a backliner that doesn't have polearm. Like, I mean, I guess we could train it. That could just be what he does in the future. Because he's got all the other perks to be awesome at it. So he's like a future sword lance bro. Could be a backup banner. I don't... Yes. Could be. Could be. So I'm gonna say future Swordlands, and we're gonna build him like stat-wise like Swordlands. So in other words, highly prioritizing fatigue and melee skill. But obviously that's not what he's gonna use for a little while. And I'm pretty keen to get him out there and sort of beeline him to get level 5 so we can grab Exude Confidence. First go around could be Spear, lots of fatigue, Resolve Stars, MDef. Pretty bad starting melee skill though too. Did he get any melee attack patch perks? Exploit opening, if we count that, which I kind of do. But no backstabber, no fast adaptation. But he'll start confident, which is sort of like a patch perk that comes from a trait. If you don't think about it that much, so don't. I actually kind of like all of our brothers so far. It's almost like Dexterous. Yeah. Pull the real Kirby, I guess, for the moment. I've actually got some pretty good brothers, such that we can be... I'm not going to use the word picky. But we could hire someone who's bad enough we would fire them. We've hit that point. We'll still want to have a deep roster for sure. But... Oh, the thieves are running the wrong direction? Okay, great. So we could scoot and shoot, though I kind of feel like with these poachers, I might just accept their terms, fight right here. Got him. It's almost like Dexterous, Sure-footed, Swift, and +5 ranged attack in one. Now we're talking. That's a pretty accurate description. It's a very good perk. Trait? Trait. It's so good it's almost a perk. What? I missed. We've got the dogs surrounding him. The nice thing about this is because of Wear Them Down, it's like they at most get this one combat round, and then after that they're just stammed out. And especially if they're a shield user, they're just gonna use shield wall and now kind of just do nothing. Oh, I should have attacked before I put the dog down. I made myself crowded for absolutely no reason. There was no benefit there whatsoever. So yeah, like here we're gonna be faster than a decent number of them. Whereas last round we weren't. Made yourself crowded just for a slightly increased challenge? Yeah, that's why I did it. That's it. You've solved the riddle. How clever. That's exactly what happened and exactly why I did it. Which Battle Brothers official DLC do you like the most? You know what's crazy is because I went from only having the base game to very quickly getting all the DLC at once, and I didn't get to experience them incrementally, I don't know clearly what exactly is in every single one, so I'm not sure. All right, now this place we are not going to get good relations to. Although I guess we don't want to hurt our relationship to the house. All right, so Plaguebird and Ryonak have leveled up, hit level 2. You love to see it. So on these brothers, we're going to be taking melee skill every single level. We just are. And if we're going to go the one with the shield route, we are going to highly prioritize hit points and being a nimble boy. So we certainly take that. Now, do I take? Yeah, this is a tough call. Hard to say no to 3 MDF. It is. And luckily the one-handed spear is not so taxing. On the fatigue. Fatigue probably prioritized last of the wanted stats. It would be pretty low, surprisingly. Yeah, because like... Resolve kind of piss low? It is. It is. Rhinox even lower. We'll be able to grab Fortified Mind, which will do a lot for us. Honestly, we prioritize hit points pretty highly. Like, very highly. I'm gonna go with the hit points on this brother. Though if we were in a similar situation here, and we're not, we would prioritize different stats. And I think I do plan on doing... What did I mark here but not there? Oh, parry. Okay. I do think we'll probably end up grabbing dodge. Because we should have all hexes around us free. Probably still need duelist for each advantage. Oh, I guess that's true. Oh yeah, we definitely do. Yeah, we definitely do. Are you blind? You don't see dodge? Yeah, we would have to train in medium armor to be able to get it. Yeah, probably Skirmisher or Relentless, not both. I think it'd have to be. Right now we've marked 9 perks. I mean, I think we're pretty happy just grabbing Relentless. That's going to be better anyway. Skirmisher's not going to provide much for us. Dodge is light armor, you thought? No, it's from medium. Maybe it is in base Reforged, I don't know. Rhinoc could take both? Yeah, he could. But we'll have to see, right? We're going to get another perk group. Another shared perk group, so that will definitely influence us. I'm okay skipping a 1 melee defense. Oh yeah, that was the whole reason I asked this question was... Yeah, I was looking at this 5 initiative, because one way of thinking about 5 initiative is... So, 5% of your current initiative is bonus defenses. Let's say all 6 tiles are free. So we're looking at 30. So 5 times 0.3. So initiative is providing us 1.5 melee and range defense. Which is pretty good. You've had some weird missing perks in your Dregs run. You had a bro with Polearm Mastery, but not Leverage, or the other associated perk. Ooh, I would check your mod list. That sounds like something is amiss. It sounds like something is off. Future Bible Hero. That shouldn't happen. It's because of leadership having it? Whoa, but that's not a thing here. That's gonna be... You must be missing something from Hardened. What did you miss? You just got back from making a birthday cake? Oh, it's my birthday. Congrats. Thanks. Thanks for the cake. It's not my birthday. We're off to a good start. That's the situation. Alright, they've got ambushed caravans here. Ooh, and they've got brothers. Ambush trade routes expected to last a couple more days. We could do the return stolen item first. Seems good. Improve our relations just a little bit before we sell stuff. Let's take a look at both of these brothers. We've got a Night Owl Brute. He's got all of the accoutrement, all the fixins, all the stuff for a rebuke, two-handed flail, great initiative. This is a strong brother. .43 melee attack though. Yeah, whatever. Just take rebuke. What you lack in accuracy, you make up for in quantity by saying, "Come at me, bro." Does rebuke work with flail spinner? That's a good question. I would guess the answer is no. In fact, we can see pretty clearly the answer is no. When you use an attack skill during your turn, but the nice thing is that Whirling Death gives us the ability to rebuke more readily, gives us more reach and melee defense, and do more damage. We can be set up for sweeping strikes, other such things. I think this bro's actually, this is the kind of bullshit that I was talking about that I want to build, that I actually think will be quite good. This brother would partner with someone. He'd be in a dynamic duo. Riposte from Wish? Yeah, basically. No, I like this, bro. Brewski. You love to see it. So the kind of nonsense that I'm looking at doing is like, we've got a whole defensive thing nicely set up for us already. We would be in partnership with someone that would help us make up for our maybe lack of stats that we'd be able to allocate there anyway. Flails can get extra reach and ignore shields, so a lower melee attack isn't the worst. Yeah, exactly. I'll take your bets. How many fights till Brewski hit someone? He'll hit someone on the first fight. We all have stats this low. We can also just go with exploit opening too, to improve our hit chances if we really had to. Like, it's not that bad. No, I think this bro's great. I like this bro a lot. This is exactly the kind of nonsense that I was looking to grab. Hell yeah. Rebuke, Flail, Initiative, and Range Defense. He's going to use every single stat. Every single stat. This brother's going to be able to use every single stat except for ranged attack, where he ironically has most of his talent stars. Exploit opening, it gives the first rebuke attack plus 20. Plus 20? Plus 20? Wouldn't it be plus 10? Am I missing something? Or are we just assuming? Oh, right, because you have to miss. Yeah. Plus 20. Plus 20. Plus 20. You're right. Plus 20. Plus 20. We're cooking? Yeah, but we're like making a stew. We're like cooking for real. What the hell? Oh my goodness. Whoa. This brother is awesome. Holy sword lance. Yowza wowza powza towza. Alright. Dexter 713. Yeah, genetically engineered sword lance. Yeah. Yeah, this is awesome. I hope I don't die. That guy's why we like refugees. Yeah, so he's a high roll in hit points. I guess technically a low roll in fatigue, but I mean, there's not much of a range there, so it's fine. Good resolve, actually. Mid-roll initiative. Max roll melee skill. Mid-roll in melee defense, and talent stars where we want them. Your sword lance ancestors are upset that you were picked first, but you're here for flail rebuke shenanigans. In this new life, I think you will find joy in your new role. I think you'll find joy. This will spark joy. I'm sure of it. Reaper. Yeah, this bro's gonna be good. Cool. All right, so we have a pretty easy contract. I kind of want to get... Did you get picked? I do not believe so, the Chaucer. You have not. You have not been picked. Battle flow makes asthmatic pretty impactful. Unimpactful? Yeah, we don't have access to that. We have access to finesse, though. And realistically, asthmatic isn't that bad. So one way of thinking about asthmatic is like, after 3 turns, it's just 9 fatigue. Does that really make much of a difference? It's nice. And it does make a difference. But it's not a huge deal. Boy, who do I guess probably should just be this brother that sits out. JSF MPGH is might sit out for a while now. He might get dismissed. Not yet. But might be a bit of a short timer. I guess what we could do. Caffeine might be a brother that we level a little more slowly intentionally. And the idea there is that, like, we're not going to find a fencing sword for a little while. So let's have one ready for him. Okay. Okay. Let's complete this contract. Oh, we lost a bunch of renown for bailing on that contract. I sort of forgot about that. Caffeine, you can have 10 crowns. Forgot that that's a thing. Because we do want renown to be able to get our sort of economic engine going. All right, let's scoot and shoot. Make him earn it. Got him. I missed. Can't believe it. The dog didn't, though. That I can believe. Being able to put dogs directly onto the ranged bros, or ranged enemies, is pretty nice. Dog bros continue to carry us. They really do. They really do. Yeah, accurate. And we're still carrying around these dyes. So we're hoping to be able to sell those when we get to Weissenstadt. Cool. So escort caravan to Rothenbach, a day to the northwest. So it's just to here. How do they feel about us in Weissenstadt? Open 63. Yeah, I might do it just to complete the ambition. Why can't you use the sling to spawn the dogs further like you can with the smoke pots? Get a mango. I like it. All right, we're gonna sell these dyes, and we're gonna sell a whole bunch of stuff. Not much of it worth much at all. I don't think I'd bother keeping the wonky bows. And let's make sure everyone's got their own personal pocket knife. Actually, I think Slurgy we want to have one because he's got backstabber. Quite the inventory we've accumulated. And I'm gonna put on that helmet. Let's put it on an armor stand. Okay. Oh, and if I'm gonna escort a caravan, I guess I shouldn't have, well, whatever. All right, it's not too far, so I guess let's just do it. Triple check, okay. This will let us see what's along the road. It's possible that there's like another town here. Okay. There is, in fact, another town here. They've got a beggar. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, we are blessed. Oh, wow. Legend Carl. No longer the ragged. Low secondaries, but here's how we can make up for that. This bro can form a dynamic duo with someone. And then getting the plus 27 resolve and initiative, and I think we'll be able to make very good use of both of those. What's good about him? So, in Hardened, you can turn range defense into real defense. Well, I mean, also range defense, and range defense is actually more relevant because enemy ranged attacks are substantially more dangerous. So ranged attack is, like, range defense is actually just more valuable generally, but putting that aside, there are ways of, like, turning the range defense into melee defense when you need it, right? So with parry, it's range defense when you're still far away from each other, where you're non-melee contact, and then you gain that range defense as melee defense as soon as you enter melee combat, as long as you're not using a shield. The other way you can use range defense, which this brother also has available to him, notably, is with anticipation, where you take reduced damage based on your range defense. And this is, anticipation is based on your current range defense, whereas parry's based on your base. I mean, this brother actually is going to be able to so one brother in the No Towns run where we were really cooking, and I think we could do again, is this brother can make use of range defense in 2 waves. 2 WAVES, not just WAYS, though that word also works, which is confusing. We can equip a big chunky two-handed weapon, let both of our anticipation stacks proc, where we have just a ton of range defense, because we're gonna pump the crap out of this stat. And this bro is gonna have a ton of initiative, so dodge is gonna be contributing to that value as well, in addition to just making him less likely to get hit in the first place. And unstoppable will make that be a more multiplier. And once he's expended both stacks of anticipation, can simply swap weapon to a one-handed weapon where we have parry. That is some slurgy cooking. That's the RDEF special. You love to see it. He's already got everything he needs to make that happen. And he's gonna get another perk group, which may, have impacts on like the final build and whatever. So, and we can pretty easily do this with any weapon. I actually kind of feel like mace is pretty sweet with that kind of setup. But we'll see. Now, he doesn't have rebuke, so it's not like he'll be face tanking or whatever. But yeah, this brother's gonna be pretty damn cool. And if we're in a dynamic duo, we'll be able to have formidable approach, get a kill with battle flow, do some swapping. Oh man. Ideally, he'd have shield perks over sweeping strikes. I mean, maybe. I don't know that that's even true, though. Because again, if we do the... it depends. If I go with the two-handed into later one-handed route... I don't know. We'll see. I think you're right. I think ideally we'd have the shield perks, but I think we'll be able to make use of some of both either way. Okay. We have such good brothers. I hope they all reach their potential. We have such good brothers. Okay, did that get us to friendly? Hey! We got there. You know what's funny is I'm used to looking for like a hand icon. And this might be a weird aphantasia thing. But in my mind, I'm like, look for hand icon. Because I'm looking for the beggar. Right? It's because I'm looking for hand, foot, and crutch. Anyway, I think hand... And I look at this and I see the brawler and the monk and I'm like, ooh. And I'm like, no, that's not it. But maybe that's, I don't know. Maybe that's kind of a normal. Crossbow with armor pen. Very cheap dies here. A cheap dog with armor? Cheap grains? Cheap ammo? Incredible. You saw a pineapple at the store after that night you described one? It looked way different than you thought? Yeah, did we decide they were orange or brown? Or did we decide maybe you could say both? I think we decided that they could be both. You know what's really weird? Look at a picture of a pineapple like on the... I'm not going to call it a tree. The plant? Like a pineapple in its natural environment. They look like they don't belong on top of the fronds from which they sprout. It's a really... They look weird. They look weird when they're growing out in the wild. Never cartographer? We'll get there soon. We've got the money. We just don't have the renown. Okay, that might be a good place for me to call it for the evening. I think that's a good stopping spot. We just completed our first ambition. The team is feeling pretty good. I'm feeling real good, which has me kind of nervous. Like, we've got all the pieces for all sorts of fun nonsense builds that can do some serious hurt to the enemy. We're gonna have to spend a little time thinking and coordinating and planning once they reach their potential. Maybe even a little bit before then, just to sort of like think about company strategy a tiny bit. But stop feeling good, Slurgy, you're cursing this. I know, I gotta stop that. You're right. I feel bad. We are weak, we are dumb, we are cowards. We are weak, we are dumb, we are cowards. We are weak, we are dumb, we are cowards. Okay. At least half will be trash. Well, that's true. Well, no, it's not at least. Nah, hold on. There's no need to be a pessimist. Slurgy here is an optimist. Most of them will realize their potential. Only the ones who are truly destined for greatness. How about that? Only those that are truly destined for greatness. So, That's it, the run's over. Be optimistic. The only bros that were ever gonna make it will die early. Yeah. Ooh. They were never gonna make it. Okay. I read that as ever. Okay. All right. Anyway, that's what I'm gonna call it for the evening. I should be back tomorrow. Let's double check that that is true. Yes, it is. Might be a slightly late start because I think we need to get groceries. So, to all of you, wherever you are in the world, make it a good one. This is the run. Ta-ta.